5th because I seen some of the PowerPoints dated the 5th. I got to they'll call in date. I don't know. But we'll go ahead and get started as soon as you get that sent to us, our Peggy, Dr. Yellman, and you have the floor. And then once we get a quorum, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, adopt the agenda, and recognize our guests and visiting officials, and continue our business. Sheila, thank you. You have the floor, Dr. Yellman.
Okay. Yat A. Benado Kehat, Vice Chair Smith, Auto Delegate Brown, Auto Shiaj, Delegate Vince James, and honorable members of Budget and Finance, and to staff. Good morning, and good morning to the listeners out there and our partner, NECA. We've been working very closely with NECA over the last year, and we will be giving our report this morning on the CJN 47-20. I will give the administrative side of the report, and our partners from NECA can give more of the construction and management, project management side of the report. So, Ashviga Delegate Smith, and then I'll give some time over to NECA. I did send a PowerPoint, and in the first slide, it just briefly shows you some information on the legislation, CJN 47-20. And this was one of the first CARES Act legislations to be appropriated, and $3 million was appropriated to DCD. And in slide 4, very early on, at the start of the pandemic, in May, we started to meet with NTUA, Water Resources, and NECA, and started to look at the SDS listing. The SDS listing roughly shows how many people are on the IHS waiting list, or listing, or IHS need for services. And to date, we believe that there's roughly, what I learned from Water Resources and in our work with IHS, that there's roughly 7,500 applicants in need of services or some type of water need. So if you look at the SDS listing, what we had to do is we had to pre-vet the water listing. I have several pages of the water listing, or the SDS listing, in which, as a result, on page 9, we looked at cluster service approach, and on page 9, we looked at all of the water listing need and looked at how we could concentrate services for bathroom addition. So we went with NECA. NECA looked at some of the cluster areas. We picked several areas here, and if you go to page 10, we looked at several groupings. We had Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and Group 5. And in order to accomplish this, in our meetings with NECA, we had to establish, we did not use a subrecipient agreement contract, which was utilized during the CARES Act funding, but we did use a one-time Navajo Nation master contract. Our intent with using the Navajo Nation master contract was to continue our relationship with NECA and to expand our services or our partnership with NECA. This allows us to look beyond the December 30th deadline and continue some services for bathroom addition. So what NECA did under the master contract was they were able to look for and work with subcontractors. We have several subcontractors that we were able to work with. There were some challenges during that time. We estimated through DCD and through prior years of construction bathroom additions at roughly around 25,000. But due to the emergency and due to the need of trying to get subcontractors on board, we did run into some challenges, and their proposals were coming back a little bit higher than 25,000. That we had to factor into the appropriated amount that was allocated to DCD, and that did impact our total number of bathroom additions that we were trying to provide. Some of the reasons for the increased or inflated amount for their proposals for our local subcontractors were the bonding. Some of our local subcontractors needed to bond their services. Also, bringing in supplies and materials onto the nation during that time. We were fortunate to get subcontractors to work on some of the bathroom additions in these group areas on page 10. And in my visits and my site visit out with NECA, we were able to kind of identify how we were going to go about the construction side of that,
Can you hear me?
which I'll let NECA kind of go into more detail on the construction side. And if you go into page 11, you'll see some of the pictures of the pre-assessment and consent. The consent is that NECA had the pre-planning and the staff to go out to the community members, visit with the community members, and assess the home condition and the living condition. Some of these individuals were folks who were impacted by COVID, who had not had water, running water, cistern, septic tanks prior to the pandemic, who were living away from a water line or from the main road. And so you'll see some pictures here. In all, DCD and NECA completed 65 bathroom additions in 4 months. It's equivalent to 1.8 bathroom additions in 1 week or per week for 120 weeks. We did have some challenges with the reversion dates. And it's worthy to note because the original reversion date or the original end date was December 30th. But at this point, when we have our construction crews out there and our main construction head or project lead, NECA, who has 4 or 5 subcontractors working out there, there's a process to the bathroom additions. One is the framing, the slabs, the concrete, and then installing the cistern and the septic tanks. All of that does take some time. So even if they were to start closing down or taking down the construction sites prior to the second reversion date of December 15th, they had to start ending the construction sites by the end of November. There was some challenges with that because at that point, when you have that many construction sites operating, 1 week is quite a bit of work. And to leave uncompleted or incomplete construction projects, we agreed early on that we did not want to do that. We wanted to avoid that. So that December 15th date was a little bit of a challenge. We did not want to leave incomplete job sites there. We wanted to make sure that we completed those job sites. And then that impacted some of the process of the framing and then the construction slabs or the concrete slabs. So there was some challenges to wrapping up the overall project. We were able to close out with 65 bathroom additions in 4 months. And there's a lot of gratitude to the ongoing communication between NTUA, NECA, Water Resource Management, and DCD. We had staff dedicated to this project throughout the implementation of the legislation. And also at that point too, we were also coordinating additional efforts with NTUA NTUA under 67-20 had been allocated funds for similar projects, but at that point there was some request from NTUA to ask for some flexibility within the appropriated funds to assist families who are near either a power line or water line. That way we could avoid, or not avoid, but revert those solar funds to hooking up families to nearby lines. So with that flexibility that was granted, NECA and NTUA were ultimately able to provide additional services and more services during that time. So Shananta, Vice Chair Smith, that's kind of the short side of the report. We also have members from NECA and members from CPMD on the call for questions. Yeah.
Dr. Yellowman, NECA, would you like to give us a brief report on your aspects of the CARES Fund? You have the floor, Mr. Grubbs.
Vice Chair Smith is Chair Heaney. I'm on the line for the record.
For the record, Yellow Hair's on the line. I was dropped. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, we have Chair Heaney with us. So hold on the reports right now. Do we have Ramona on board with us? Ramona? Shanetta?
Yes, Shanetta, I'm on the phone.
Okay, I'm going to turn the gavel over to our Chair Heaney and do a roll call, please, after that. I guess we'll then call the meeting to order. You have the gavel now, Chair Heaney.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for taking the gavel while I was trying to find a good connection out here. But with that, I believe we haven't called the meeting to order, so let's do a roll call, official roll call, and from there we'll move forward. Ramona, if you could do the roll call.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Hill. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, March 2nd, 2021. Jamie, can you and your location, please?
Good morning. I'm President, and I am in the Rama Village, or Rama, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr., and your location, please?
Good morning, Shanella. It's on the Arizona, present.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman. Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please?
My location this morning is in Black Mesa. Good morning.
Yes, so good morning, Honorable Yellowhair. Thank you. Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please? Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please? Amber Kennisbach Crotty, and your location, please? Amber Kennisbach Crotty? Nathaniel Brown? Nathaniel Brown?
That's it too. Delegate Brown is present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chase. Chairman, we have 4 members present. 2 not entering upon roll call. Chairman?
Kashina, for that roll call, Ramona. We do have a quorum. Budget and Finance Committee members, good morning to all the committee members. So with this, let's move forward with our invocation. Shana, Delegate Yellowhair, Susan Kabe, the host for Sabi Pinibia.
Oh, our citizen. God is the share. It's quite an honor. The share is called, has all of this to come. Yat eot on Nikito, yat eto Chopahasuniza, Edibini, Quantine, Nantani Clinic, Adult Deep Budget Finance Committee for Navajo Nation Council, Equagi, Nani Clinido, Binashiki agenda. Because you know that the Niso yat his last annually, Njunago is now Katoli, Arakon, the cost. No hope on a hard hardshin in the Hundikli. Yet it was Eddie Kaho. Yet it was his last annually. Kurokrach at down, don't get the years of another wild dish. Nishinik another yet only. A quite be none, be none, Tina Aso, the dark. Yet it was his last annual base, never base on it. And you know, never base a bonnet in only. Had it eons, you know, I could never elo teacher. Bina way to chili to singing to Tasida. To buy it, I thought you better on his scene. To buy it, Cossiash Tar, Franjano, being at the middle. You know that it is yet already cut off with them. Nichazana sling on the Irish at Donna Hocosem, yet in the Siash Tar, Jana Slim. Amen.
Kashina Akela, Shnanta, they'll get your hair kodo. Honey Tzin Zuni by Kihilinko. Adobe Nachaya Kodona, so a yati agenda 8,000. So the recognizing guests of this team official. Bishma Hasana, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Slash the East. Tenita. That we have our staff, legislative branch staff, Miss Peggy Nakai and our Mona Nelson on the line with us.
Chairman Junio? I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself on my phone. I called in just on the line and it's not judge little from my area here in Tube City. I did reports. So I'm on the line, and with that, good morning, everyone, presenters, members of the Budget and Finance Committee members, I don't audit staff. So yeah, the I don't necessarily be one so unsure. I'm quite not talking cleaning. I don't know. I just have a bunch of card. That she do. Tana Ginny. That she none. I naturally do. I even yet just calling in, being the eyes and ears for Tube City related to some of the financial aspects that will impact our community. So pertaining to projects. I'm the Nana Pearl. Good morning. To hear you. Thank you.
Me go honey here not to check for the thousands really. I don't know another East basement other honorable delegates, anybody listening on the line?
Yeah, it is yet. This is Delegate James.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah, they've been dot on.
Anybody else on the line? 24th Navajo Nation Council. Vice Chair Slater. Good morning.
Good morning.
Kashina, and also the legislative branch staff, which are the East Speaker's Office.
Good morning, Chairman. This is Byron Shorty, and I also have Donovan Hanley on the line as well. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being on the line with us. Okay, with that, we do have our principal attorney, Ms. Kristen Lowell, on the line with us too also. Kristen, are you
Good morning, Chair. It's Kristen. Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Do we also have Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Chair Henio. This is Adjoa from TSU.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Adjoa. And do we have Navajo Nation Tax Commission on the line? Usually Mr. Ashley's always on the line with us, but I think he might be busy. Is there, we do have our presenters on the line with us, and I just heard earlier Dr. Yellowman with Division of Community Development on the line with us. And our presenters, if you would identify yourselves one by one for the record.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Division of Social Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Brett Grubbs with NECA.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Mark Harlow, Roanhorse from Ganado Fire District. I also have Fire Chief Dwayne Woody, Lieutenant Jeremy Begay, and Board Chair Stephen Key present with us.
Good morning, Mr. Roanhorse.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. No, my apologies, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Sean Dale with the Navajo Nation Risk Management. Yeah, it's a pension time.
Good morning, Mr. Dale.
Good morning, Chair Shiaz, Otto, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Controller, and I have myself and Mr. Jonathan Harrison here at OOC, Ahiha.
Good morning. Good morning, Shema. I believe that's all of our presenters that are on the line right now. I don't hear anybody, so let's move forward with our agenda here. And we do have a long day of reports. So with this, Peggy, if you would read the agenda into the record for us.
Good morning, everybody. This is the proposed agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, March 2nd, 2021. Can everybody hear me? Just checking to see. Can you hear me? Hello?
Good morning.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All righty. Just wasn't hearing anything. I thought I was talking to myself. Okay. March 2nd, 2021, it's a regular meeting via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson. Place is in Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona, as well as other locations across the Navajo Nation where internet service is accessible for the committee members. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, bathroom additions, cisterns, septic systems projects completed using CARES Act funds, presented by Pearl Yellowman, Director, Division of Community Development, with Brett Grubbs, General Manager, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority. B, overview of the Division of Social Services financial status, presented by Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Division Director, Division of Social Services, with department directors, accountants, and others. The first bullet is financial status reports, presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Office of Management and Budget. C is overview of the Navajo Head Start financial status, presented by Elvira Bitsoy, Director, Navajo Head Start, Department of Diné Education, with program managers and accountants. The first bullet is the financial status reports, presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Office of Management and Budget. The second bullet is insurance premium status, presented by Shauna Vendel, Program Supervisor 2, Department of Risk Management, Division of General Services. 6 old business, none. 7 new business. A, legislation number 0023-21, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Navajo Committee, and Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District. Adopting the Citizen Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508, sponsored by Vince James, Council Delegate. B is other. And then 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is March 16th, 2021. That concludes the reading of the agenda.
Christina, thank you for that reading. Committee members, is there a motion?
Yellow hair motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair motion. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds. We have a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown on the agenda. Committee members, agenda is open for discussion. Any comments regarding the agenda as read? Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I needed to, I tried to call in and I tried to speak to, but that day I unmute myself again. So, yeah, I just wanted to know if you can hear me again.
Your location, Shnanda?
I got to Greasewood now.
Kashina. So Ramona, did you get that?
Yes, Chairman, thank you.
Kashina. Any other comments or questions on the agenda as read? No, yeah. I'll call for the question. Shnanda, Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair.
I'll vote green.
Kashina. Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair votes green. Shnanda, Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Shnanda, Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrati. Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrati. Shnanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Brown votes green. Shnanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green too.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Therefore, we have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, we have our agenda before us, adopted by the BNF Budget and Finance Committee. With that, moving forward, on next item is adopting journals. There's none. And then, so Kadea receiving reports, I believe we heard part of the report on item A, presented by Dr. Yellowman. And then we do have Navajo Engineering Construction Authority that's waiting to give their report. So with this, let's move on report item A and move forward with where we left off at. Vice Chair, was NECA on the stand next?
Shananta, NECA was next to present.
Christina, with that, Mr. Grubb, you're on. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable guests, honorable committee members, and all delegates along on the call. I appreciate the opportunity to give the report. I emailed a report of the numbers that I'll be going over, but to reiterate what Dr. Yellowman said, you know, we started the conversation back almost a year ago, and in the beginning, we determined the best way to get as many bathrooms as we could possibly get done. So that's why we chose these areas that were clustered, so we could use the resources in smaller areas to benefit as many people as we possibly could. We ended up going through list after list after list, and we finally got started in the middle of September. And to work through the pandemic and then through the winter storms, we were able to get 65 bathrooms completed. We were also, as everyone understands, that the bathroom additions are no good without the cistern and the septic tanks and water line extensions. So along with the bathroom additions, NECA coordinated with NTUA and Water Management Branch, along with DCD, to make sure that everyone that was going to get a bathroom addition was able to get water and the septic service along with that. Obviously, we had a large geographical area. So during this process, NECA went out and procured at 8 subcontractors. Most all of the subcontractors, I think, out of 10 subcontractors, I think only 2 of them were non-Navajo. Everyone was working together, and we had to coordinate literally multiple times a week because of materials getting staged basically across the Navajo Nation. Some of these subcontractors were not able to purchase their own materials to do the work. So NECA actually bought the materials for some of these subcontractors in order for them to perform the work. So logistically, that added some challenges for us to be able to deliver the right materials to the right place, so our subcontractors, along with NECA crews, could perform their construction activities. We've developed a strong partnership with Dr. Yellowman, and we've been a longtime client with NTUA and Water Management Branch. So it was nice to get the DCD involvement and Dr. Yellowman's team involved to get this stuff facilitated and gone through there. As you can see on the 2020 projects, initially it was December 30th. So we thought that we were going to work, initially we were going to work through December 30th and then basically close out the books and finalize everything in January. So as that date it started to shrink. Then it went from December 30th to December 15th, and we had to have all of our books closed out by December 15th. So unfortunately, in order to maximize the number of services, and when I mean services, the service had to be complete. We couldn't have a bathroom addition unless there was water flowing to it, and then the water being able to go into a septic system. So we had to pick a date in November, actually, as Dr. Yellowman indicated, to stop construction on starting anything new so we could concentrate on finalizing the ones that were already under construction. And that's as you can see right through there, AG Solutions, they did 5. Bowman Home Solutions did 2. K. Fowler did 1 bathroom. Lamb Corporation did 7. Little Mountain Builders did 6. Navajo Solutions did 10. NECA did 23. Phelps Precision did 6, and Shiprock Construction did 5. That makes up the 65 bathroom additions that were started in 2020. And you can see along with that, there were actually several crews that were helping us do the cistern and septics, okay? The cistern and septics were basically the same subcontractors and NECA's crews going out there. So we would do almost exactly some simultaneously. When we got out there and did some of the investigations, we found that some houses had a septic system already, but they had no way to get water. Or there was various different scenarios that we came across as we did the vetting initially. So you can see that the numbers all vary slightly. The cistern systems, there was only 86 of those done. And you can see that NECA's crews did 40 of those and Navajo Solutions did 15. So we brought along the smaller subcontractors as we attacked this project, and especially in the septic and the cistern systems, NECA purchased a lot of the material for the subcontractors. As Dr. Yellowman talked about early on in her presentation, there was challenges as far as pricing. And what we had found when we were coming in, the prices came in higher than normal. And I think that one of the things that drove the prices was, one, the pandemic, because people were nervous about actually going out and working in these areas. And so they had to pay their crews adequately to ensure that there wasn't a lot of turnover. And then industry-wide throughout the United States, materials have been very difficult to get because, as all of us know, the pandemic has reached everywhere, and some of the manufacturing companies haven't had a full staff to actually produce the material, or trucking across the United States as at an all-time high as far as need. There's not enough trucks to deliver the materials right now. So I think that was part of the reason why these numbers were starting to rise more than the 25,000. We were able to work with Dr. Yellowman's team and the subcontractors. We had some subcontractors we had to ask to reprice it to where they could get in within a tolerance or an acceptance level. So as we worked through this, some of these people weren't able to start until into October because of the procurement process of trying to get, you had to advertise, then we had to get people interested, then we had to issue subcontracts, we had to get drawings to everyone. So some of our subcontractors didn't actually get started till October. So that's why when we say we had to shut down in the middle of November, it kind of had, it affected our overall numbers. As far as the, what ended up happening is there were several homes that a portion of the work was completed, and either the winter shutdown happened or we simply had to pull our crews back to make sure that we had complete systems to bill for before December 15th. So because of that, there were some septic tanks, some cisterns, and some bathroom additions that were partially started. So the second part of the report, it goes into 2021. There's basically, we worked with the NTUA. This is all money that NTUA got through the CARES funding, but actually was paid to NECA, like the report from last week, when NTUA's representative said that there was a few bathrooms and septic tanks and cistern projects that were still ongoing to finish what was actually started. So that's the difference between the 20 and the 21 projects. The 21 projects, let me be clear, is funding from NTUA and not DCD. So you can see that we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 subcontractors out on the projects. And at this time, they're only Navajo contractors. There was 20 more bathroom additions completed. There was no subcontractors for the cistern, septic tanks, and the water line extensions. There was not enough work, and NECA's crews are fast, and we were already on site. So therefore, we finished another 25 cisterns, 30 septic tanks, and 1 more water line extension. And all of this work had to be done prior to the end of February. So as of right now, the total CARES funding project, there was 85 bathrooms completed. 86 and 25, that's 111 cistern systems, 122 septic tanks, and 22 water line extensions. and the water line extensions are small. We categorized them to where basically it was a service line from a main transmission line into a home. We weren't able to lay any main transmission line. This was just service lines that we could get into a home of the smaller pipe, which is 2 and 1 inch diameter. I also touched on during our last conversation that NECA was also hired by NTUA during this entire process, and we've done roughly $10.5 million worth of work, which are tanks and water line projects directly for NTUA. These projects are all complete other than the Halchita water treatment plant and 2 of the water tanks, because we cannot paint the water tanks in cold temperatures. So there was a tremendous amount of water line construction and other projects going on simultaneously to the bathroom additions. Mr. Chair, that's my report now, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Dr. Yellowman, is there any other presenters on your behalf?
Chair Henio. No, not at this time, just myself and Mr. Grubbs, but we are available for questions if you have.
Thank you for that report. Committee members, their motion to accept the report.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion to accept the report. Is there a second?
Yellowhair for second motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second the motion. So there's a motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay and second by Delegate Yellowhair to accept the report. The floor is open. Budget and Finance Committee members, question for our presenters.
Good morning. This is Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Our report was made by Mr. Gribb was good. I have that copy of NECA report to Budget and Finance Committee. Doing well from bathroom additions, also cistern, septic, water line services. And all numbers are there, and also the bathroom additions too, and cistern, septic, water line services. And the cost amount, all that is $1,403,630.80. So in every area, they give us a report to complete it, like a bathroom addition 65, and cisterns, septic, water line services 86, and contract for septic, that's 93. So total cistern completed 86, and septic completed 93. Water line completed 21, and also a addition to the second page is bathroom addition is 20, and then cistern, septic, water line is 25, and also a contract for water line 30. So altogether, septic tank complete 30, cistern 25, and water line complete 1. So there's a report. I think these reports are kind of also met through December 30th because of due to a duration date. And that's what I have for the NECA. And thank you very much. And your report is here.
Thank you, again, for those comments. Any questions or comments, further comments, committee members?
Sure.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
This is Delegate Brown. Chair, are we voting on the report?
We're in a question and answer portion of it, so if there's any questions or comments.
Well, the only question, thank you, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. The only question that I had was, these water projects with my chapters, my 3 chapters, I've had of course, we have regular meetings with their chapters, and what we're facing with is, I know with the Kayenta OEH, we need more engineers, and I know that's kind of out of the control. We're losing another engineer in that area, but that's really out of our hands. And I just want to speak to the OEH director and what his efforts on bringing more engineers and keeping them on the nation. And then the other part would be, I know that we are working really closely with OEH, NTUA on a lot of these water projects. And a lot of them have been paid for by CHISN dollars. And our people are still waiting. Are there any other creative ways of working with different universities from the School of Engineer? I'm working again, I've reported this a few times to council and this committee that I'm working with University of Utah. In fact, I met with the School of Architect, but they're trying to connect me to the engineers to help us. So we want to help our engineers in our area on expediting some of these water line projects. We're all very aware how important water is. So I'm trying my best on my end, looking for creative, innovative ways, thinking outside the box, not just throwing all the work to Navajo Nation departments or enterprises, IHS, etc. So I'm trying other ways of bringing engineers. So I'm looking to division directors on how they are being creative on bringing some of these engineers to help us. I think right now we are sitting on a gold mine, wanting other, universities, organizations, Engineers Without Borders. Maybe we can invite them to the Navajo Nation. I know that, the Doctors Without Borders were in Kayenta during the pandemic. If we can look at some of these ideas, I'll get more information on the Engineers Without Borders to help the engineers with OEH to expedite a lot of these, because some of the CHISN dollars are sitting there. These water projects have been paid for. They have been paid for by the nation. In fact, a couple of years ago, we were told by the former director of OEH, Mr. Slate, that there's a unique, wonderful problem they had at the time was the nation gave us too much money, but we simply just don't have the manpower to move these projects. So again, the bottom line is getting water, potable water to our Navajo people's homes. So during this pandemic, we can have them. So when we tell them to wash your hands regularly, our people can wash not just their hands or clothes, bathe regularly, so they can continue to bat COVID. So, and I mean, this pandemic. So if we can, is there any ways, any plans from their department and how they want to help the engineers and also help to spend some of this funding down? So I'm really concerned with the Kayenta. I know I think in about 15 more days or less, the other engineer will be leaving, to my understanding. So there's only going to be one engineer to look at the whole Kayenta district. So that's multiple chapters, and a lot of projects are at stake, and time is of the essence all the time. So however we can think creatively, however we can look I think now is the time to take advantage of this time that we have. And then with the new leadership in Washington, D.C., well, what are also some of the creative, innovative ways to ask for more funding? So as Navajo Nation as a whole, the whole world is very well aware that. Now, I was watching the news last night, and they keep saying Navajo Nation's always now brought up on how the death rate, the death toll from COVID, and the lack of water. So the world knows the state that we're in, and I think if we can take advantage of this at multiple levels, not just in the nation, but also at the state level, at the federal level, and the international level. How can we put our heads together to bring more assistance to Navajo Nation? So that would be, I'm thinking constantly, creative, think outside the box. That's such an old term that people are probably tired of. So if you can tell me what other ways we can work on this and how I can also help, I believe I'm doing my part and trying to meet with other universities and Engineers Without Borders. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'm Kashin again on for the comments and questions. One more before I turn it back over to the presenter. Shananta, Elmer P. Begay.
Chair, can they answer both questions first, and I can ask again?
Kashin,
right.
Back to our presenter. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Brett with NECA. I can speak on behalf of
Go ahead, Brett. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can respond to Honorable Yellowhair and Honorable Brown. Mr. Yellowhair, thank you for your comments. If there's anything else that you would like to see on those reports, feel free to reach out. NECA is more than willing at any time to provide details. And Honorable Brown, NECA's crews, as you are well aware, we have most of our workforce is through the IHS OEH program. We have over 200 employees that are working on that. And you're exactly right. Every time we turn a corner and we finish a project, we're waiting on the engineering to start another one. We have been recently trying to provide them with more engineering assistance and giving them opportunities to where we can hire engineers from either companies or subcontractors to provide this engineering to get these water lines under construction. Like you said, they've been funded for years, and because of manpower, they're not able to be constructed. So NECA is currently trying to work with OEH to provide them with opportunities and examples, and we have to wait for them to make the final determination if it's viable or not. But we are currently trying to get them as many engineering companies and engineers as possible to try to get this moving forward. As you've heard, NECA runs our own in-house scholarship program. Since the inception, we've delivered $650,000 of NECA's money directly back into students across the Navajo Nation. We try to cater to the students that have either an engineering or construction background. In other words, the kids that are trying to study some construction management or surveying or civil engineering, all of those, and it's not simply limited to those, but our in-house program, we do cater to the ones that are going to engineering or construction management. However, we've donated $19 million in dividends back to the nation for scholarships as well, because we believe wholeheartedly that we're trying to get the next generation of engineers to move back and to help everyone on the nation to provide water to the people that need it. I don't have any other information other than we're currently working with the OEH, and as soon as we get these opportunities to start these projects and they come up with a system, we can share that with you. Everything's early on in the talks, and we're having examples and certain situations in different areas. So as these new processes develop, we can obviously share those with you, Mr. Brown. I hope that answers your question and sheds some of the light on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brett, for that response. I'll go back to the Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, are you still with us?
Press *6 to those members that are unmuting their phones.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, Haditha. Oh, we can hear you. Okay, while he's coming back on the line, committee members, any other questions or comments?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, Udit, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you for that, Cecilia. I don't know what's happening, but my phone keeps going, dropping. But yeah, though, I don't the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Although the report that was given from Mr. Yellowman and Mr. Bryan, yeah, and then the response that you shared it with us again too, But the report that I did, some of the reports that you have shared it with me as well as with NTA. I shared it with my community in the chapters, and they requested that they wanted to know, for example, for Tisto chapter, they want to know how many families that were assisted with this CARES funding regarding projects. So if it's possible, do you think you can do it maybe by chapters within my, or I don't know if other delegates wants to do it like that too, but there was a request that was made from the chapter officials to have it maybe broken down into by chapters, the projects numbers of chapters, maybe for bathroom additions. And the next one is thank you for that. The giving share the projects with the subcontractors, with our own native Navajo contractors. I know they do a lot of work, and they're pretty good. But I know that I met them on the road, and then I met them on where they were doing some work. I know that a lot of the projects that were hindered was from the procurement. I know, and then also the listing too, which NTA and NECA, they keep waiting on the next listing. They finish with the project and they want to know where the next projects can be coming. So I think, just like you said, that they're trying to look at cluster part of it. But for example, they had to go from Dalcon all the way back to Tuba, where they started out from. And they're trying to go around this way. If they could just give us, they were saying that if they could give us the listing, so we could plan on where we could start and go around like that. But it was something that was given to us. We just go after it, and then the next day we found out that we had to go back to the other part of the region of the reservation again. So a lot of it was more the mobilization of the equipments and materials. So I think to coordinate with better communication and coordinating with looking at the I guess scheduling how we could cost savings and time consuming. I think there should be something that should be looked at it the next if there's going to be another projects coming in again. So but I feel that I was happy that they want to make my own Navajo contractors got a chance to work with funding that was given on behalf of the Navajo people and their own people too, their own families, their own relatives that worked for them too. So my question, I think I would go is there any other plans you have that you could share with us that you think that you can work with, not only with the Division of Community Development, because again, I know that Ms. Yellowman is just there as a political appointee. They come in every 4 years, but there's people that are there that even that special with I think if you can plan more about constructing more of water, bathroom additions and water line, I think you need to invite Dinet, business contractors. They've been there. They know how to run it, and they've been doing it on their own. They don't rely on the Navajo Nation to give them some to get hired by them. They established their own. Why they went on their own as their own business, to be their own owner to this business. They did that because they feel that they can do it. And here it's real different. Working for the government and working for NTA and NECA is real different. So I think if you want to do more about it, you have more thinking of where the regions are too. Like for example, some of these contractors that were given projects in the area in Whitecomb, Dalcon, and the area in between there. It's a rough terrain, and the way they were given some bathroom addition to do it, and then they're saying that you had to put 8 by 16 foot slab, a big whole chunk of cement mix. Just mix it. They said we can't do it. They said they came down to, because we get our cement mixer from Winslow, and we asked them how much it's going to cost. They said the house of region said it's really rough. They said you can't even probably go over this one road, to get on top of that some of this butte. It was hard. So those kind of stuff, I think if you can do it, you can do it just by you don't need the whole 8 by 16 foot slab. You can do it by piers, and some of these it's just only a small 8 by 16 foot addition. So that's why they said no. We're going to waste a lot of money, and we're going to be waiting, and it's going to cost a lot just bringing a cement truck down there. So some of these, I think if you can do more, I think I would say that to have planned more about it. I would like to listen in, and then also if there's any plans you have for the next projects that we're looking at. Is it already in plans, or is it, or are we just when's that going to be? Maybe we can look at and share it with my contractors now. So that will be my question, Henio.
Kushina Kiana for that question. One more. Any question before I go back to the presenter? Budget Finance Committee members.
Chair, this is Peggy. Did I ask a question?
Budget Finance Committee members. Any committee members? Peggy, go ahead with your question.
Okay, I'm looking at the written report from NECA, and the first page is, just so that I understand this right, the first page is the projects that NECA did with DCD. Is that correct? And then the second page is the projects that you did with the NTUA, but both were from CARES funds. And so for, I believe DCD reported that they had 65 bathroom additions done, and your report says the same thing. And I was trying to figure that out, where NTUA, you completed 20 bathroom additions. So is that the 86 or 85 projects? I was trying to figure out what your totals were about on this report. The other question is just a general question on how you select projects to be completed. Has there been a general assessment across the Navajo Nation by any of the entities like DCD or NTUA or NECA, where you've identified the need for bathroom additions, for cisterns, septic tanks, and water line extensions for those bathroom additions, etc.? And do we have a plan to phase those all in so that, you know, by a certain year you would have 100% completion and the cost associated with that? I was thinking about the NTUA project that they did, where they had those volunteers come in to help them with their power line extensions. Is there something like that planned with bathroom additions, or some of the work that NECA does with DCD on getting water to the homes? That's my question.
Okay, with that, two questions. Back to Mr. Grill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll address, the phone was breaking up a little bit. I'm assuming that was Honorable Begay with the first question. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you for the comments, Honorable Begay. We can definitely, I don't have that in front of me. I apologize, but I can definitely ask our managers that took care of that. I can ask them to look at how many people were serviced per chapter. I can definitely look at that, and we can send that via an email out to the committee members. And you're exactly right. When the planning and staging and the mobilization and the material availability greatly affected our production, because there were days where we would buy all the material out of the Gallup area and we wouldn't have any material to even purchase, because everything was completely bought out, to where we'd have to travel all the way across, sometimes up to the Shiprock Farmington area, and purchase the material from there, or even get it out of NECA's warehouse. So part of that is because the nation was in dire need. The other part is when you go to major suppliers and you buy 100 septic tanks, that's very difficult on these major suppliers, because there's other people that are still doing construction, and to order 100 septic tanks, it puts everybody behind schedule, you might say. We have learned there was obviously a big learning curve. Part of reason why the small contractors, they can't provide insurance and bonding. So NECA hired them even without the insurance and bonding, but their price was a little bit higher to cover that insurance requirement. So we brought these guys along, even though they didn't have the working capital to buy materials, and not all of them, I'm just saying a few, and they didn't have any bonding. But we looked beyond that, and we hired them and provided insurance, and in some cases we bought their materials for them. But right now, there was only one set of standards for all the bathroom additions. And unfortunately, going forward, when we work with DCD, NTUA, OEH, whoever it might be, as far as designing these bathroom additions, they don't all have to have a 8x16 concrete slab. You're exactly right. To deliver concrete out there in that volume, it gets very expensive, and in some cases, pier system would work just as easy. So we need to have several different options, maybe 3 different options that we can use depending on where the homes are located and the availability of materials. So there might be a situation where we're near a border town where everything is very easily accessible and we can do all the 8x16 slabs very easily. However, in the mountainous communities and where we're not close to a border town with a concrete batch plant, we can batch with a small mixer and a generator some pier footings to where we can actually just build piers and frame these there. So we have a lot of good ideas and new engineering practices that we can implement going forward. We do realize there's learning curves, and all the talks that we have, what we have really done more than anything is we've developed relationships with these small Navajo contractors to where we go, they're going to go, and we're going to bring them along with them, because as you can see the numbers, they added up and really helped us get to the point where we were. As far as, I don't know who asked the second question. The lady that asked the second question, I apologize. The phone is breaking up real bad and I didn't get your name. But the general question on the assessment originally started with OEH and Water Management Branch. And then as those assessments were looked at, like I mentioned earlier, we looked at trying to do things in clusters to where we didn't have to travel so far to get these materials. So we tried to pick these 7 areas that would service as many people as we can. As far as future assessments, we volunteered to help Dr. Yellowman get out ahead of this and keep this going. One of the things that we wanted to mention is that we're past the learning curve. I mean, there's always going to be obstacles, don't get me wrong, but that learning curve is basically passed. So our subcontractors and NECA crews are a lot more skilled at what they can do on these very remote locations. So it's in everyone's best interest to keep this process ongoing until everyone is served. Right now, the limitation is funding. So we're working with Dr. Yellowman and NTUA to try to continue this operation as funding is available. We're looking well beyond the future to where if it's CARES funding or not, we can still continue this process. However, without a funding stream to allow constant construction, it's very difficult to put a time frame on it. So as we get homes that are available, then we can give time frames for the construction for that. But as far as a time frame to completely service everyone in need on the Navajo Nation, I don't have those numbers for you. We're working with Pearl, and and I'll give the floor to her in a minute. Dr. Yellowman will be able to explain in more detail on where we're at with this process. But we're willing to go out and help without a contract and try to get out there and start this assessment process even sooner than the fundings are available. So when the funding does become available, we can hit the ground running and actually serve more people than just more people quicker, I should say. But that's everything that I can answer on those two questions. And I think Dr. Yellowman could help a little bit with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Brett, Dr. Yellowman, do you have anything to add on the response?
Ja, Chair Henio. I should say, Delegate Elmer Begay. We do have information on the Del Contexto area. I can coordinate with Mr. Grubbs on sending that information over for the individuals or families and types of families and the types of services they received in regards to the CARES Act funds. So we can do that. And then also circling back to Peggy's question and a little bit of Delegate Nate Brown's question on expanding our capacity or being creative. I just want to share that this is DCD's in all the years. This is the first time DCD is working with NECA, and I can't say why it did not happen in the past, but over the last year and a half, we have been working closely together. NECA has been very cooperative and working with some of the areas that DCD is tasked with. And early on during the CARES Act funds, a small team was put together from the President's office to address some of the yielded clearances that were needed to address some of the infrastructure-related projects in order to implement the CARES Act funds. Some of these tasks were addressing some of the rights-of-way, some of the clearances, and some of the policies or procedures that were needing to be addressed during the CARES Act funds. And as such, I started to look at the IHS SDS listing. That listing is one of the listings that drives some of our projects. And just to give you a kind of an idea of what's all in these listings, you have some EPA funded projects, you have IHS selected projects that we selected that were possible candidates for the CARES Act funds, and then you have infeasible projects. These are infeasible projects as defined by IHS. Maybe they are projects selected by the community but not funded through IHS. Or then you have original IHS selected projects, and then you have additional projects that are not part of IHS but still identified through the community. I started to sift through all of those IHS SDS listings in May as part of this task group, and that's where we started to narrow down what was feasible during the CARES Act funds or during the CARES Act funding opportunity. From there, that's where we started to look at the cluster. The cluster was, as we discussed earlier, what was most cost efficient at the time. And again, we had less than 5 months to fully implement this legislation from the time it was signed into law to the time that we had the final closing and reversion dates. So quite a bit of coordination went into how we were selecting or how we were going to go about with our methodology. My moving forward, my recommendation is that I'll continue to adjust that SDS listings, but some advocacy of updating the SDS listing and working with IHS so that that's really what drives some of the projects and coordination through each of the communities and addresses the need of the people. We also have through DCD additional listings. Those are citizen, Auto New Mexico capital outlay projects. As I mentioned earlier at the start of my report, we did not use the subrecipient agreement with NECA. We used the Navajo Nation. What we've been working with DOJ was a Navajo Nation master contract, which will allow us to continue this partnership with NECA. We do have identified citizen and New Mexico capital outlay projects for bathroom addition that we want to transition into. But currently, I'll have almost all of our staff working on the chapter distribution, and we're working with NECA on that too. We've contracted with NECA on deploying as many as 10 semi-trucks daily throughout the Navajo Nation. So once we start to close that out, we'll start to transition into additional conversations with NTUA, Water Resources, and NECA on additional projects. But this is really one of our first times where we're expanding our services to the nation to address and even to alleviate the massive amount of projects that have come onto the nation in a good way. Prior to 2018, we had less than 200 projects at DCD, and between 2018 and 2019, we jumped up to as high as 300 projects. And then the last 24 months, all of our appropriated funds were CARES Act funds, and that took over 100% of our time to address and implement. So that as we transition out of the pandemic and transition out of the CARES Act funds, we're going back to our regular operating and want to address the expansion of our capacity, working with NECA. Also, we've been working with IHS and our Water Resource Access Group, and that Water Resource Access Group has expanded additional resources such as CDC, working with CDC and universities and colleges, nearby colleges, who have been presenting methodologies and approaches and even some best practices through the Water Access Group. And that Water Access Group also was the main driving force that brought the transitional watering points. And the goal to that too is to transition into something more permanent. Those are transitional watering points, but ultimately we need to move towards sustainable water practices or sustainable access to water. We're also in a good position right now as we're expanding on the Utah water rights. That puts us in a good position to capitalize how we're going to move on our water access. So there is a lot of movement and talk, and I think we need to just capitalize on the time we're in right now. And that does take a lot of time. It's time consuming. And to facilitate these conversations ongoing between NTUA, NECA, DOJ, Water Resource, Water Access, IHS. So we are in a good position to do that. We do seek additional resources to make those things happen. So Chair, that kind of concludes some of my updates. So Peggy, we do want to move to a more sustainable practice of addressing the SDS listing, the citizen listing, and some of the capital outlay, and some of these feasible projects. Again, these are feasible projects that are doable. There are some good projects that are not on the not feasible list, but that may be due to funding or not fully planned out. So there may be additional studies needed for the non-feasible listing on the IHS SDS listing. So, Chair Henio, that concludes my section. Thank you.
Okay, with that response, thank you. And any further questions or comments, committee members, Budget and Finance Committee? Daniel, I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Henio, can you hear me?
Go ahead. You have the floor. I can hear you.
Nana, Henio, I don't the response from Yellowman and Mr. Bryan. Thank you for that. You know, there's an excellent report that you responded back, and then by thinking ahead and trying to listen to you about, you know, what kind of plans we can have if there's going to be another projects for emergency relief or those kind of projects again. I know there was a learning process for, I believe, it's all of us, and I know that it took a lot of time, and even myself, and I try to get involved in it, and I try to look for people that had to do. The chapters were not ready for any assessment too, how what kind of community that they have and the condition that they're in. I know that nobody was really updated about it, and so I believe that there was a good learning process for us. But I think the chapters we talked about it, and I think there's another discussion of $1.9 trillion, and then $20 billion proposal for Indian country again. Looking at that, I think we're more concentrated, focusing on the remote areas, you know, people that don't even have the water line, don't even have electricity. We're looking at it where they're not going to get it. How do we concentrate more on that? You know, that's another question that we're trying to get together on it. But we did a good assessment out of that in the Dalcon area, and we tried to get the other chapters to get more involved in it to do their own assessment. And we've been concentrating on getting the SDS from OEH office in Winslow, and I think that they need to be updated too, because we've seen some listings that are on there, but there's people that are deceased, their names are on there, and nobody really lives in that homes, and or there's a conflict, or there's a turmoil, or there's something dispute going on at those homes that are being advocated by the people that are being deceased. So I think we need to. I think as a community, the chapters, that's what we mentioned, that we need to do our homework first to do that, to help if there's going to be another round for this kind of project. So we're looking forward to that again too. So we appreciate that, and is NECA still going to provide the or from DCD to provide us something that's going to be separated or broken down into chapters? I think that's what the chapter requested of me to get it, to look into that, and maybe to see where they could concentrate on it, to have a plan on it. I think that's what the request was made for from them. So that will be my ending comment Thank you.
For that comment. Are there any further questions or comments, committee members?
Yeah, this is Delegate Yella here. Chair.
There's Delegate Yella here, and then there was somebody else too.
Vice Chair Smith, after Delegate Yella.
Kashina will go in that lineup then. So with that, Shinanta, Delegate Yella here, you have the floor.
Okay, good morning, Chair. To Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, I really appreciate your report. And I'd like to bring this to your attention while you're on the line with us. Brent Grip, you're a General Manager of the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority. I would like to bring this to subjects. It's very important. It pertains to a mini mill waterline project, which is also some information has been taken your company, NECA. And would like to hear from you and what's the status on mini mill project. There's also involved a Indian Health Service too, under Mr. David McDonald. Also include here at the Hard Rock area. They call it Sleeping Mountain. Give us a support, and we'd like to continue to connection for people up there. But 200 people needs water. I've been asking through a Navajo Nation to assist me, and CARE Act didn't want to do it because it's due to short durations. I was thinking that can be opened the door again since there was extension under CARE Act, and because I'm looking at the Hopi site. Hopi they accomplished. They did a lot of construction work completed in Hard Rock area, and here we are in Navajo. We can't even do it, but we put all the money in hardship money, and so there's still needs out here in Black Mesa. If this is not done yet, looks like all the Navajo Nation don't have water line connections. Can you give us a report to Budget Finance Committee while we're talking about this project? Chair Telehonso, OBK, there's no vice chair. Ahora es no sign up as us, Anna. Not the demon. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll go back on mute. Okay, thank you.
Amiga, for that. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Hanyo, and BNF committee members, and Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Grubbs on your report, and those that are listening with us. This is something that I've been just pondering upon. It's at $1.9 trillion, and it's passed through the House. And if it does pass through the Senate, then that means there'll be approximately 1 some odd billion coming maybe to the Navajo Nation. And I understand that you said when this CARES money was provided to you, the number of septic tanks that were requested, the supplier couldn't fulfill that right away. I know there's going to be more requests for water projects, line extensions, bathroom additions, cistern systems, and things of that nature. I guess my question would be, through Dr. Yellowman and also NECA, IHS has a big part in this because they're the ones that can say, well, we can get this project done in this time frame, and that's why it was picked on behalf of who would be getting cisterns and water lines and bathroom additions, because of the time frame that was in the law saying December 30th, everything should be done accordingly. And now this new stimulus that's coming down, American Rescue Plan, they call it, is going to be providing a lot of dollars for us, and water is important. And what I'd like to see is could IHS and CPMD and NECA and look at these things and say, okay, we have these projects that are ready to go, and they can be funded and done within a certain time period. Could that be the dialogue starting now and get that ready? And I know that the 24 council delegates would like to have their areas providing water in their community, because there's a lot of folks that need water. Water is important. So that's my concern. And I know we don't have IHS with us on board. I don't know if they're listening in, but the main purpose is to help our people to have potable water. And of course, NTUA is another player in this too, because they're the ones that will be turned over to NTUA for them to continue providing water services. So that's my question. Are you guys contemplating on that, thinking about the in the future? The other one I have a question with is Dr. Yellowman. Since NECA has been used to for this CARES to construct bathroom additions, could they be hired to contract out to do bathroom additions under the citizen funds, like the CAP 35-18? That was given 4 years, and it seems to be process and moving these bathroom additions, like for instance Q84. If we can't get anybody on board to hire employees to get out there and to provide these bathroom additions, since NECA has already done some bathroom additions, they know the floor plan and they know what to do, and could that be contract out to them to finish up the bathroom additions? Because there's big projects coming out, like Wide Ruins was just awarded almost $5 million, and I know they're going to need bathroom additions. There's probably going to be several families that are going to need bathroom additions, and could that be also thought about, using the funding that was funded for them and on getting those projects done? The other question I have too is third question is these bathroom additions that are placed. I know that the chapters will really want to do it themselves and hire and construct them, but now NECA has done bathroom additions. Is there any warranty on these bathroom additions? So I remember back in the day when they first started with the bathroom, they would attach the hogan or attach it to a cabin, and water would leak in, and there was the foundation was not stable, and it started to crack and things like that, and the water lines. Is there any warranty on behalf of the workmanship is done, like a year warranty? And I know NTUA says anything after the meter is the homeowner responsibility. Anything that happens, owners got to repair that. For instance, there's a homeowner. They attached a bathroom addition to their log cabin, but they failed to make an entrance to the house, to the bathroom addition. This person has to walk outside in the cold and open the door to the bathroom addition, which is also almost like the kitchen too. And when it rains or when it snows or when it's icy, it's dangerous, because now the person is getting up there in years, and she keeps asking, what can we do about this? How can we ensure that bathroom addition, I can utilize it without having to step outside and open that door and then go in and then open the door to get out and then open the door to get into my house. It's inconvenient at night and it's inconvenient when it's freezing weather. Things like that. That's why I'm saying, how are these designed? Why aren't they designed where the user can utilize these bathrooms without having to step out and step back in, step out, step back in? And she says, I'm afraid somebody might be out there at night. Someone might assault me. Well, I'm trying to, utilize the bathroom. Those are the things that folks are facing on behalf of, they're happy they have bathroom addition, but it's just inconvenience in some of them. So that's one concern I'd like to present. Maybe I can sit down with Dr. Yellowman and see what we can do for this elderly person to help her out with. She's got nobody to actually go out there and to give her guidance on how to make that work, because she needs to have that ability to go in and out without actually going outdoors and going back indoors. As bad as going out to the outhouse and then coming back in. With that, on behalf of that, so those are the things that I know that the community will be asking, because they're looking at the map now. They're saying, well, it's over at that cluster, that cluster, that cluster. How come we're forgotten on this part? How come we're not put in there? Because there's going to be 1.8 billion, and we'd like to be also included in there and make sure that we can get these funds used for the benefit of the people that need bathroom additions, cisterns, and basic necessities. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Good shit. To our presenter, Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Grubb. Response from your end as far as questions and comments that were posed.
Okay. Yeah, Chair Henio. Arodi Nadis Kidigi, Vice Chair Smith. Yes, the IHS listing does kind of it does drive. It's kind of the core of how we prioritize, in a sense. We have been meeting, and I myself have been tasked with continuing the conversation between NECA, NTUA Water Resources, and the Water Access Group, including IHS. And so in preparation for additional funding coming through or back to the nation, we have been having those discussions, and we'll start to kind of aggressively put plans together. As I mentioned earlier, a good portion of our time right now is to 73-20, the chapter distribution, heavy equipment, and some recent legislations that have been signed into law. But this is a project, a water project. It's ongoing, and it is a priority prior to pandemic and even now during the pandemic. As for Sihisin, yes, we are transitioning the bathroom addition 47-20 into other funded projects such as Sihisin and New Mexico Capital Outlay. We have identified some Sihisin projects that we like to initiate our next contract with NECA and move forward on that with NECA. They are transitioning out of other projects as well, and we hope to continue these bathroom additions. We believe we have great coordination between NTUA, Water Resource, and NECA to complete these bathroom additions, and we want to keep that momentum going. that's why we're using a different type of contract to allow us to move on those projects. And then lastly, the warranty on the bathroom addition. I do know there is some language for warranty, and also I want to add before I turn over some time to Brett to answer the last question about warranty. And yes, we can sit down, Delegate Smith, on this community member's current situation and having to go outside and utilize a different door. We can look into that. But also during the time working with NTUA and NECA, we also had training because these were families and individuals who had, this was their first time getting water or getting electricity, cistern and septic tanks. So there was even some training available to the families on maintenance as they were first-time bathroom owners, so to speak, on how to care for some of this new equipment during the CARES Act funds. And then I know Delegate Jimmy Elaher had a question on the Mini Mules water project. So Chair Henio, those are my quick responses to Delegate Smith. And perhaps we could also do a follow-up prior to additional funds coming down with the water group that as we're facilitating these conversations regarding both the bathroom addition and the much needed water projects. I also want to add that prior to 144-20, before it became 67-20, we really did work hard to identify these ongoing projects, or the projects to be identified for the CARES Act funds, but also hand in hand are the clearances that need to be addressed and the policies and procedures as to how we're going to go about it. That's equally important to identifying these tasks. Again, as we both have said on this call, IHS, they do play a big role in this, and we seek their involvement as well. So, I'll turn the time over to Mr. Grubbs, Brett Grubbs, if that's okay, Chair Henio.
Mr. Grubbs, yeah, you have the floor. Are you still there?
Chair, it looks like he dropped off the call.
Okay, I'll guess you know with that. Let's go back to the committee. Committee members, any further questions or comments? Danielle called for the question. We do have 3 other reports. So with that, Delegate Yellowhair, how do you?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll vote green, but Mr. Grip needs to answer my questions about a mini water line project. I think one of the consultants under with that company, with a company under NECA group. Anyway, but he needs to answer me back on a mini water line project. I'll vote green.
I'll ask for a written response to those questions, Shananta.
Yeah, thank you.
For the record,
Mr. Chair, this is Brett.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
For the record, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty is excused for today. Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Brown votes green. Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. I did receive a text. Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green on accepting the report. So therefore, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, 1 member being excused. Also, Mr. Grubbs, if you could to the questions from Mr. Delegate Yellowhair and Vice Chair Smith, and all the questions, if you could provide that response. And I'll send it to Ms. Peggy Nakai, and then she can distribute that to the committee members, Mr. Grubb.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm back on the line. Would you like me to address Honorable Yellowhair and Honorable Smith's questions?
No, we already took the vote to accept the report. Provide those response in writing to the committee.
Okay.
And send it to Ms. Peggy Nakai.
I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, have a good day. Take care, and thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for your time here.
Okay, Nadal, yeah, Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Kashina, moving on down to item B on receiving reports. We have Division of Social Services. Next on the report listing, do we have Ms. Nezwood Gishi on the line?
Yes. Good morning, or I'm sorry, good afternoon, Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. You can hear me okay? Excellent, thank you. So I had discussion with Peggy Nakai on last week requesting for the Division of Social Services to provide a report to the Budget and Finance Committee. And so I did request a little bit more detailed information that the committee might be seeking. In past, when we do a report, I guess it's where other questions may want to be considered. So now I'm switching up to ask to be a little bit more specific. So Mr. Chair, I'm hoping that what we have submitted from our departments and programs is going to be sufficient. But what I have done is I attached the reports to Ms. Peggy Nakai at 12:40 a.m. This morning. And so I apologize for my tardiness to get it to Ms. Nakai. She was wanting it sooner. But nonetheless, I would like to have each program or department manager review their report. They do have their appropriate staff or accountant available to answer any questions regarding any of the 6 programs or departments that we administer within the Division of Social Services. One last comment, Honorable Chair, is that we have submitted the plan of operations that have been approved for my office, Department for Self-Reliance, Department of Family Services, Department of Child Care and Development, the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families, and the Department of Developmental Disability. Those were all approved in January 2020. And then the Navajo Indian Child Welfare Act program was approved with the new plan of operation in May of 2020. So those were provided to Ms. Nakai on February 23rd for the committee's review. So Mr. Chair, how would you like to proceed? Would you like me to begin with each manager doing their review of the report? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, for your request and for the programs that serve under Department of Social Services. And so we do understand that overviews are important. At the same time, the concern here is with budget and finances, the financial status of each of the programs. So if your program could go over their financial status for the FY 2021, and what we are looking at is just an overview of how each program stands financially, and that's why we have asked the accountants to be present for any questions from the committee. At the same time, maybe at the end of your report, give us an update on the status of the burial assistance also, as far as what needs to happen here. So with that, Ms. Nesbitt-Gishi, if you could just have your each program do a high-level summary of their financial status and what we're looking at in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the clarification. I will have each program manager go over their financial reviews for 2021, and certainly I will provide an update on the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And actually, there will be a tribal consultation on Thursday that I'm also concurrently preparing for. So on burial assistance. So I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mrs. Roxanne Gorman and her accountants, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Gorman. Ms. Roxanne Gorman. Ms. Nesbitt-Gishi, is there somebody else that you can turn the floor over to?
Is Riley Wilson or John Foster available to present? Mrs. Gorman, you would also have to press *6. Thank you.
Which program would this be?
Honorable Chair, this is the Department for Self-Reliance.
Okay.
Honorable Chair Henio, I'd like to just proceed next and I'll consult with Mrs. Gorman. I do see on the line Miss Selena Curley, who is the acting department manager for the Department of Child Care Development. And I do see her accountant, Ms. Ramiba, on the line as well. So I'd like to turn over the time to Selena Curley and for the Department of Child Care Development. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Curley, are you available?
Yes, I am, sir.
To present the report. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Selena Curley. I am the delegated program manager for our department, Department of Child Care and Development Fund. And we've been in operation since 1990, and we do primarily have federal funds. Maybe 98% of our funds through federally allocation, and primarily we provide child care assistance to low-income families. We have families that apply for child care assistance, and we do have an eligibility criteria. They will have to meet the poverty level income, and we go up to 85 percentile of the state median income for our families to be eligible. And we also operate the child care provider services. So we have relative caregivers, and then we also have what we call regulated child care providers. Regulated child care providers are either child care services provided in the provider's home or in the child's home. We also provide certification to group homes, and also we operate the Navajo Nation operated child care centers across Navajo Nation. And then we also approve certification for state child care license to operate and provide services to our children that are where parents are receiving employment and education or job training in the border town area. So that is a short version of our service delivery. So with that, I would like to give the time over to Rianne Matiba, our senior accountant, and she will provide an overview of our budget.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Okay, go ahead, Rianne.
Oh dear, can you guys hear me now? Okay, there it is. Sorry, apologies. I guess I muted myself. My name is Rhea Matiba. I am the senior accountant for childcare department, and I mainly oversee the budget part of it. In the report that we provided, I reported on grant 16, 17, and 18, where we are reverting funds back to our funding source. Grant year 16, and 17 have been fully closed. Grant year 18, we are working on the closeout process for discretionary accounts. Mandatory, we did not get an extension on liquidation period, but we did get an extension for discretionary accounts, and that's what we are working on closing out. We also have the $12 million construction funds that we got approval to repurpose for non-construction activities. We are now in the obligation and liquidation period, which ends at the end of this fiscal year. For grant year 19, we have $26 million, $26.7 million. We are in the active obligation and liquidation period. For this, we also received an extension on the liquidation period. Obligation and liquidation period for let's see, for discretionary accounts as well. So we are also working on expending majority of those funds. For grant year 20, we are in the obligation period. We are also working on reverting $12 million into construction funds, and that's just for discretionary account only. For grant year 21, we are in the first year of the obligation period, and we've just received the second quarter allocation, which I'm also working on setting up with OMB. And for grant year 21, we've also received 19 million for the CARES response funds. So I'm also working on that. As of to date, with all combined amounts, we've received 96 million. I also did not put in here the general funds that we have available. But total, we have 96 million. We have 23.9 million expended. We have 3.3 million in obligation, and then the total balance we have is 6.8 million, or 68 million, sorry. And that is the end of my financial report. Is there anything else you guys needed in specifics?
And Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, is there another program that will be providing report?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. But I would like to just provide one additional response to the Department of Child Care Development presentation on the report that was submitted to Ms. Nakai. There was a question on barriers. And so I wanted to have this brought up as well as in our written report. So as Ms. Selena Curley had mentioned, that they have independent child care providers. So the centers are not open, but they do have independent child care providers, similar to how the Department of Family Services have foster care parents. But we are running into an encounter recently, which is a new concern, that they normally provide payment to the independent child care providers on a receiving record. But at this point, the payments are being withheld, and they do have documentation from the Office of the Controller. They have a 5th or 6th request for a written response. So I'm glad that the Office of the Controller is on this presentation, that they're changing the way things had been done and requesting that they have these independent childcare providers go through a contract process. And so right now, the Department of Child Care Development could have potential audit findings because they are required to make payments to the independent child care providers, and they have that in their pre-print plan of 21 days to have them paid. But that has not happened, and I'm really concerned with that. So I just wanted to provide that final remark on the Department of Child Care Development. If there's no specific questions for Department of Child Care Development, then I would like to go to the next program, Honorable Chair.
Thank you for that update, additional information. The committee will be asking questions once all your you complete your report, and then from there I'll allow the committee to ask questions. So if you would proceed on.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So I'd like to have Ms. Regina Yazzie, Department Manager for Department of Family Services, to provide a response on her report. And I believe her accountant is also on the line as well. Regina? Mr. Chair, oh, go ahead.
Press *6 if you're muted. Thank you.
Ms. Gishi, is there another program that's ready to present their report?
I'm on the call. Sorry, I had to press *6. Sorry. This is Regina Yazzie. Am I being heard now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yazzie, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Hinio, and members of the committee. This is Regina Yazzie. I'm the Department Manager for Department of Family Service. The Department of Family Service provides specialized case management services to children, adult, and elderly individuals who reside on the Navajo Nation. These are individuals who are experiencing abuse, neglect, and crises at that moment in time. Essentially, to help provide individuals with resources to help them acquire or maintain a healthy and stable lifestyle for their family. Department of Family Service has 12 field offices throughout Navajo Nation. The program operates with 11 different types of federal and state funding. There are 156 employees within the Department of Family Service, and the department serves approximately 1,000 individuals per month. This includes an overall count of children, adults, and elderly. The services provided include Child Protective Service, Adult Protective Service, Domestic Violence Crisis Intervention Service, which is a 24/7 service. We have our Shiprock Domestic Violence Shelter. We also have a foster adoptive home recruitment and licensing program. We have the adult in-home care services, and lastly, the Arizona Long-Term Care Services, which is ALTEX program. We, for the 2021 funding, we do receive general funds. We receive 638 BIA social services funds, which is through the social services contract. which we just renewed. We're in our first year of our 5-year renewal contract, which just went into effect for 2021 to 2025 for Department of Family Service, which includes the social service funding, the Tawahi funding, the High Priority Performance Goals Initiative, Domestic Violence and CARES Act funding in the 638. We also received State of New Mexico, State of Utah, and State of Arizona Title 20 funding, which are primarily for child protective services within the different communities. We also have the ALTEX, the Arizona Long-Term Care Services, which is a fee-for-service program. And lastly, we also received the Department of Health and Human Service Administration for Children and Families, Title 4B, Subpart 1, Subpart 2, Kinship Navigator funds, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act grant, and the Kinship Navigator. And the last grant we received is the State of Utah Victims of Crime Act, the VOCA VOCA grant. We have, in terms of the issues and the concerns, barriers encountered by the division in terms of the past year in 2020 since the pandemic. With the pandemic in 2020, and we're still in it, Department of Family Service has experienced tremendous delays in processing of financial documents, contracts, lease agreements, personnel action forms, criminal background checks for hiring of new staff. These delays have caused such as payroll interruptions for employees. Department, we were not able to hire on a temporary or permanent basis those employees that have been deemed to have gone through the assessment process and that we had interviewed as well. And so the recommendation is basically for that Office of Controller, Personnel, Department of Personnel, Office of OMB, set some timelines in terms of their reviews and processing of documents that they receive from the department. I will give some time over to George Tallman, who is our accountant, to just briefly go over the accounts that I had just mentioned in terms of where we stand of our current budget, I guess, expenditures in terms of these items that I mentioned. George?
Good afternoon. We are currently at 45% of our expenditure. Due to the COVID, we haven't really spent that much money yet. But due to vacant position, most of our funding is in personnel savings. That's where most of our funding are.
What's your point of order?
Is that it? Let's say that's it, you're done.
That's it, I'm done.
Did I hear a point of order?
I believe that was another call, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Can you proceed with your presentation?
Honorable Hinio and members of the committee, this is Regina Yazzie. That concludes our Department of Family Service report. Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Nesbitt, do you have any one of your programs that are ready to present?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Ms. Roxanne Gorman is prepared now. Thank you. Department for Self-Reliance.
Ms. Gorman, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
good afternoon, sir. I apologize for the technical difficulty. My name is Roxanne Gorman. I'm Pohana, born for Tabaha. I'm originally from Window Rock, and I appreciate the opportunity to report to the Budget and Finance Committee. The Department for Self-Reliance receives two different funding sources. One is a TANF block grant. It's a 3-year block grant, and this will be our the year we need to renew for the next 3 years for 2022, 23, and 24. We do get 31 million, and I will have our principal accountant, Riley Wilson, provide more financial information. But the Department for Self-Reliance, as a TANF program, is about children. You cannot be eligible unless you have a child. And we serve low-income families with children who are unable to financially provide for their basic needs due to unemployment, underemployment, lack of work experience and education. So what we've tried to do is design a program that helps begin a process to help the adult head of household to define how they will become self-sufficient. And it is a process of working with them. We have assigned senior caseworkers and principal caseworkers to help them to define that career path, to follow that plan, and with hopes that they will be successful in obtaining a goal of becoming self-sufficient, whatever that may be for them. So that's our effort to help the family to become self-sustained so that the children will also benefit from the standard of living that the adult obtains. We do emphasize the need for the family, the adult, to be responsible. We support the powerful teaching of Ahwejit Ego, that it's up to them to be responsible for the decisions they make and what choices they decide on as to how they will obtain a standard of living. We currently serve about 2,900 families a month with about 6,000 children. And we have about 139 staff that provide support to these families. And through the pandemic, we remained open. There was no way we could close because of the families, the dire need they were in. And so I'm very proud of my staff for continuing to come to work and provide the support necessary for these families. And we all are working to support with additional what we call support services. We have an education career services component that we're very proud of. We provide subsidized adult employment, and we are currently working with Bashers, Chinle Chapter, NTUA, and Southwest Indian Foundation. We also provide, and we didn't do it this past year, subsidized youth employment, and that's for 14 to 18-year-old dependents, and it's for 4 to 6 weeks. We are trying to consider that, but it's a challenge because we are looking to find organizations that are willing to work with us. But I believe that the pandemic will still have an influence. And we also support extended training with the nearby colleges and universities. We are currently working with San Juan College for an administrative assistant certification. We're working with the Utah State University in Blanding for 12 students for heavy equipment and commercial CDL, and 8 students at San Juan College again for phlebotomy. And we provide the the support for them to pursue these certifications. Overall, our structure, our organizational structure is we have an administration, and within the administration support services, we have a communications, finance, human resources, compliance, the education career service I spoke about, information technology, policy, and the tribal assistance system sections. And what we do is we provide support to the direct services so that the direct services can focus on serving. And we have 7 field offices staffed by a program supervisor, case assistants to answer and receive calls and handles the mail, caseworkers that determine eligibility, senior caseworkers and principal caseworkers that are assigned cases that they're responsible to monitor, follow up, enter payments. And then we have in the education career services located at each field office, we have an employment development specialist that goes out and looks to find potential employers, looks to work with a nearby college or university for training particular to that area. And then we have training instructors that also assist with the TABE assessment, the HiSET to get a GED, that provide tutoring, that help with keyboarding and a number of areas, customer service, and so forth. So the training instructors are also at each field office. And then we also have within the our organization, we are currently, and we have a records clerk and a senior office specialist at each field site. So that's our staffing structure at the 7 field offices. I will now give the floor to my principal accountant, Mr. Riley Wilson, who will go over the financial information that you've requested. Riley?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Riley Wilson, Principal Accountant with the Department for Self-Reliance. As Mrs. Gorman mentioned, we have 2 grants. The TANF grant is the major one, and we receive a grant total of $31,174,026 per year. Of that, it's broken into 2 categories, administration and direct services. So administration receives 25% of that total, which is $7,793,506. Direct services receives 75%, which is $23,380,520. The other grant we also received is from the state of Arizona, the Department of Economic Security. It's an intergovernmental agreement in an amount of $2,097,972. And 100% of these funds go to the customers living in the state of Arizona. So the internal financial structure of the department is that we receive all financial documents centralized in Window Rock at the Support Services Center. And we process and verify all documents for compliance with federal regulations, funds availability, and signature authority approval. We also use a case management software called the Tribal Assistance System, or TAS, to process customer payments. And we process a batch run twice a month. So every year we process 24 batches. And the total average per month of the batch is $1,884,897. So again, that goes all to the TANF customers. And we work with the Navajo Nation Office of the Controllers to process those batch runs through a data port, and checks are issued by the Controller's Office to the customers twice a month. So we also use the 6B procurement system through the OOC, which is very efficient for small purchases. And we were the first tribal program to implement that rollout. And since then, we've provided technical assistance to other tribal programs that ask for help. The Department for Self-Reliance has not reverted any TANF or Arizona DES funds back to the funding sources. Currently, we are going through a financial audit for fiscal year 2020 with Moss Adams. And then regarding barriers, the biggest one we've encountered since and through the pandemic is the processing of payments and contracts. It seems that the Office of the Controller is backlogged. And so my staff and I are constantly sending inquiries or follow-ups for payments. Vendors are contacting us for the status of it. So that was just a concern and maybe something that can be addressed to move the payments along quicker. That delay also includes contracts. There's a few contracts that have been held up. And again, constant inquiries to the Contract Administration Office is ongoing. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
That concludes our report. Mr. Chair, that concludes our report. This is Roxanne Gorman. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nazugishu, does that conclude all of your program reports?
No, Honorable Chair, I'd like to have the Ms. Frida White, who oversees the department, the Developmental Disabilities Program. Frida?
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Frida White. Tkohe Glenishan is the Lana, Washishchin, Ashid, Dashachedo, Ashin, Dashanale. So, Chair Hinyo, Budget and Finance Committee members. I oversee the Developmental Disability Program here on the Navajo Nation. Our program is a highly specialized unit. We have an agreement with the state of Arizona DES to provide case management services for Navajo eligible members here on the reservation. Currently, we service 193 members, and those 193 members have varying levels of disability, from cognitive intellectual disabilities to autism to epilepsy or palsy. So those are the 4 diagnoses that we work with here within my program. We also have 3 offices. We have 1 in Winter Rock, 1 in Chinle, and 1 in Tuba City. As far as our funding, and we are 100% state funded through AZDES, and we are on a cost reimbursement process. So our current award year is 505. I did receive an email this morning in regard to an extension for year 6. So that extension, if approved, will take our IGA into September of 2022. So our current monthly rate per member is $229.76. So that would be our operating costs. We did submit a budget this year in regard to our complete operating budget, which is in the amount of $540,396. So that's for fiscal year 2021. As far as organizational structure and future plans, we're very, very proud to say that our program is paperless. We've converted all of our paper case files into a computerized case management software called OnBase. Currently, right now, we are accepting electronic signatures for all our required documents. We also worked throughout the pandemic, and we use this paperless system to continue our services and to meet with our members according to the access timeline. So, Chair Henyo, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Frida. Honorable Henry, I'd like to see if Ms. Antoinette Miller is ready to proceed. She is the program manager for the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families.
Okay, you still have the floor, so go ahead, call on whoever you feel needs to present again.
Tony Miller, are you available?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself also. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Antoinette Miller, and I am currently the program manager for the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families. And what our program does is provide outpatient therapeutic services to children of the Navajo Nation. Our program serves high-risk and at-risk children. And our primary target population is those children in the child welfare system. But we also work with community resources such as the schools. We have people that just walk in for services. We get referrals from IHS. So we receive referrals from the communities at large. We in fiscal year 2020 we served 2,122 clients, and up until March, we were actually seeing children that were face-to-face that were coming in to receive services, or we go out to the schools to see our kids and our clients, and we go to the homes also, and we include families in these therapeutic sessions. And then after March, after the pandemic really impacted the Navajo Nation, we were able to provide services through telephonic means or other platforms such as Zoom or any other. I think we also used FaceTime to check on our clients to make sure they were okay. The program has 14 staff. I'm the program manager. I have an administrative service officer, an account maintenance specialist, and an office specialist. And our office is housed here in Window Rock. I also have 6 family therapists, and their offices are located across the reservation. We have a therapist in Crown Point, Shiprock, Fort Defiance, Chinle, Tuba City, and we also have a therapist that provides services out in the Kayenta area. We also have treatment coordinators that assist these therapists with their daily responsibilities. As far as our funding is concerned, we have 4 contracts. Our IHS contract runs from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2024. The IHS contract is broken into three different budgets. We have base funding, which covers our personnel and training, and the amount we receive currently is $519,742. Our direct contract support, which funds our fringe benefits and insurance, is $44,727. Our headquarters shares is for operating and reoccurring expenses for the program, and we receive $737,523. We also, and this is the IHS contract also pays Navajo Nation $105,556 in indirect costs. We also have a methamphetamine and suicide prevention grant, which covered the period of September 1st, 2016 through September 29th, 2021. The amount we received per year was about $300,000, and the purpose was to provide prevention activities and suicide awareness for the clients that we serve. We also received, or we actually entered into a new contract this year with BIA, and we have our own separate contract. And that contract has not been negotiated, but it covers the period of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2025. And normally we get about $141,098 for this particular grant. And this grant is to serve those children that have been sexually abused that come into our office for services. And then we have the last grant that we have under our program is the Title 4B Subpart 2, and it's under the Promoting Safe and Stable Families for Time-Limited Reunification. And this funding the actual contract is given to Department of Family Services, and they give us a portion. They give us $140,876. And what we do with that money is the children that are placed off reservation in group homes, we go out and provide services for these children. Primarily what they ask for are traditional services while they're out in these group homes. And then our family therapists also work with the mother and fathers that are here on the reservation. And we work to eventually reunify the child and the family. So when the child comes back to the reservation, they are able to come back to a family that has had some services. And also we have 4 staff, our administrative staff here in this office. They are 6B certified, and I am the approver, and I approve all purchases. The office specialist is the requisitioner who initiates the purchases. The account maintenance specialist serves as the receiver who verifies receipt of all items on the order, and the administrative service officer is the voucher matcher who matches the invoices with the 6B purchase system. Basically, in a nutshell, that's what the program does, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Antoinette. Mr. Chair, I'd like to have our next manager, Ms. Madalena Key, who oversees the Navajo Family Assistance Services, which is all of the actual direct financial assistance to individuals who are needing that services. Madalena?
Good afternoon. This is Madalena Key. My clients are Flash Transfer, Toya Greeny, Bashishim, 200 Deshite, 1220 Deshanala. I oversee the Navajo Family Assistance Services. I am the Senior Programs and Project Specialist. The Navajo Family Assistance Services consists of 5 programs, which are the General Assistance, Burial Assistance, Low-Income Home Energy Assistance, Community Services Block Grant, and the Navajo Education Incentive, all of which provide financial assistance services to families for the reduction of poverty, the revitalization of low-income communities, and empowerment of low-income families and individuals in rural areas to become fully self-sufficient. We have 10 field offices, which include with an ASO, 1 office specialist, 1 case assistant, and 19 senior caseworkers. We have received funding from 638 BIA Social Services contract for general assistance and burial assistance, the Administration and Families and Children, ACF, within the Department of Health and Human Services for low-income home energy assistance, and Community Services Block Grant. Each of our programs has received Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Recoveries Act, which provides supplemental assistance for general assistance, burial assistance, LIHEAP, and CSBG. For Navajo Family Assistance.
Thank you, Madalena. And Mr. Chair, I will provide a report on the burial assistance. Would you like that to be done now or after the conclusion of the questions? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just complete your report with the burial assistance too also. That way we'll have some questions regarding that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. And so there was a request for the UUFB $2 million to assist with the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And so as mentioned, I'm currently working on a report to possibly for the full council. And so right now, with the burial assistance for COVID-19 related deaths, we have 2 current guidelines or funding that we're currently working with. One of them is the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And so we have received general funds. We have received Department of Health, CDC, EPI funds. We have also utilized some BIA CARES Act funding. And so as of right now, we have assisted through the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. We have an amount of assisting 1,126 we call them decedents, the individuals who have passed, and we have expended, as of, I guess, yesterday, $4,153,761. We have also utilized the Public Law 93-638 burial assistance. They received COVID-19 funds specifically. So as some may know, we have the regular Public Law 93-638 burial assistance, and those have been there for many years. Those, if the individual has passed not due to COVID-19, this is where Ms. Madalena Key would assist those individuals. But if it was related to COVID-19, we would be coordinating to see which funding source would be utilized. And so with the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, they have 2 criteria. One of them is that the cause of death has been related to COVID-19 and that the individual has a certificate of Indian blood. That's it. There's no residency requirement. There's no income requirement. And so it's available to assist any individuals. We do not use any specific contract mortuaries, and this is a good collaboration that we had with Office of the Controller after several meetings that we are not needing a contract, primarily because we are not contracting with any mortuaries. It is paid assistance on behalf of the family. So the family enters a contract with the mortuary. So that was a great milestone, approach within our office and the Office of the Controller. So in that area, we have worked with 11 contract mortuaries with the Navajo Nation COVID-19. We have assisted 958 individuals. And then for the non-contract mortuaries, we have worked with 29 non-contract mortuaries, and we had some mortuaries we worked with, a lot in the Phoenix area. I did hear Honorable Elmer Begay expressing concerns earlier that there was no mortuary that we were working with out towards Southwest Navajo Nation. Meaning like in Dilcon, Loop area. And so we have worked with those mortuaries utilizing the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. For the 638 contract for burial assistance, they are working with the 11 contract mortuaries as well. Regarding the urgency request for the UUFB, as of right now, we have 85 applications that are pending approval for $290,457.78. And this is where we did coordinate with Ms. Christine Lowell, the Legislative Counsel. I'm sorry, Dana Barbara, my correction, and Honorable Pernell Halona to submit the UUFB, and that we wanted to proceed going through the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. In an email from Ms. Dana Barbara, she had instructed us that since this was emergency legislation, it was not required to go through the oversight committees, and it goes straight to the full council. So Honorable Henio, that's where we went straight to the full council on Friday evening. I know there was a comment that we did not go through the committees, and so we did take the advisement from Ms. Barbara to that it was not necessary. So Honorable Chair Henio, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that completes a report for the Division of Social Services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. And not only the programs that are under the Division of Social Services. With that, committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, make the motion.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay motions to accept the report. Is there a second?
Yellowhair, second.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, committee members, questions, comments regarding the report from Division of Social Services?
This is Delegate Yellowhair. To the chair.
Delegate Yellowhair. And then also, is there any other committee members that wish to ask a question? After Delegate Yellowhair, I'll be going to Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floors.
Okay, share the financial status report, all presented by presenters, and I'd like to request for each one that they need to send us a financial status report, expenditure report, to send it to Advisor Peggy Nakai on NH data list. Tin Chicken Snake. Aro peso to Hazon La to Tada Hazne. I see Craigie. We'd like to see that national explanatory report, and I know we asked for emergency funds too. Just to see if they need money. So you can question now us Pernell Halona. So what they are not this year's get in. The question over hours and been yet over nasa. In fact, the explanatory report. I see over not this kid. I don't share the source presenter. So it's not signed off for our participants. Now in charge of this is how the COVID-19 a quit air a aro RCU a peso de kana algo a kirasidi investigate holiday coronina handan nishigi under social services under financial status support here also ishtaro sitsila. Thank you. At that dish I'll make that directive. Thank you very much. Sila.
I guess here Lashnanta. Delegate Illa here. Kadea Kdo. Snanta, Delegate Elmer P. Gate. You have the floor. Delegate Elmer P. Gate.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, what do you call?
Christina. I can't Sicily. Delegate Henio. I don't members at the Budget and Finance Committee though. I think Anita from the Department of Social Service. I can't though. I don't the religious pandemic. I would say that a lot of it pertains to the issues that we have for the whole Navajo Nation. I always look back and look at it that some of these issues that we have, what we went through was it during the pandemic. It was already here. I thought in here in the hospital there. I thought they seems to go on top of it. So it's kind of difficult to resolve these the situation and then the concerns and the issues that we have with this social illness and the social problems we have on the reservation. To resolve it, but I depended on the leadership, the social service. Like I always say, when you go to school, whatever you know at home, I don't how to ask questions and get you know how to go about it. If you know about it, so through that, I depended on the division of social service regarding all this pandemic, how to do that. I was always thinking about that depending on the leadership at Window Rock, and then from the CDC, from the Center of Disease Control. We have our own mind. We have our own ways to do how to go about it. And how to go. Of course, what's this dollar that gets an idea. So I know that so through that, today, that we're just depending on an answers from Window Rock. At that time. They're closed. This was an issue already. We had problems with especially burial, especially with children that are being neglected, and people that are going through, family that are going through violence and this domestic violence. Edo, or that I did keep in the courts. And this he got down. Or you, that's what happened. All courts, or not, although people are not being prosecuted. Or temporarily, or they're going to have how bad that is. All these reports. Then the school that say your report, it's going to be. You need to get another one, but no, the neck gets good or son is the best of that. Then not cut the social service. So not that it don't that. But no, other courts, other court order, you done it, but no, other courts and on the car. They did CPS, RJ, the Hanan is a plate, but no, not car. So it's a change in this car. So that's what I mean by. And I don't know what we were waiting for. I was very disappointed. So they at the you have your own mind. My grandpa used to say, it's like that. We're doubt. We know how to run social service. So I'm very kind of disappointed about it. I call flyers and that then hard to go. People chapters today, it ended something. I go there, I sit there outside just down there, and then I car then the flyers where to go about, where to call, then no my gosh, is something like either needs a base or legal needs in the area for the Chico. So in your passion or the DG that go to report the Yagi somewhere we could improve that they get that then. I don't the one thing that today I think the people, or you, I've been contacted by people, and they lose loved ones. Okay, all those Zelle and all that, they have to set up these. I don't know the curbside. Or you, I'm not sure how many of these people. Families that lost their loved ones, they still have outstanding bills. I wanted to ask them, but I just keep I know that there's a new proposal that are coming in from FEMA. They can be paying the 100%. I don't know how we can do that. I think there's going to be a consultation on it. From the Department of Social Service will be a person that's going to be the main person that's going to be consulting with the FEMA and federal people regarding that. How they're going to be paying off or reimbursing those people that lost their loved ones. As you could how do we can go about it? We're nation, and then we're relatives, and based on that. So that will be my first question. It is about this decennial. That will be my question. Then I have other question again.
Okay, Shananda. Delegate Elmer P. Gay, you have the floor.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm trying to do two things at one time here. Agustina, back to our presenter. If you would respond to the questions that were asked. Ms. Nesbitt Gishi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Delegate Geller here for your comments, and we will follow through with an additional report clearer to Peggy Naka as you have requested on the expenditure reports. And then thank you, Delegate Elmer Begay, for comments that you had provided regarding where to call for services and that notices can be posted. Certainly that's an improvement that we can be doing moving forward. Ms. Peggy Knock, I did ask for a current listing of phone numbers, and I failed to forward that to her. We do have it updated, so I will have that submitted to Ms. Nakai for distribution as well. And I apologize, Honorable Elmer Begay, I did not quite understand the question, so I can do a response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, this is Doug again.
Elmer Begay, go ahead.
My question was right now that there's a lot of people that lost their loved ones during the pandemic from this coronavirus. Right now, there's a proposal under the $1.9 trillion and the $20 billion that we proposed for Indian country. In that proposal, there's a press release through FEMA. They can reimburse people that are lost their loved ones if they have any outstanding dollars for the funerals, burial assistance. They're doing a consultation. So I wanted to know who's the person that's from the Navajo Nation that's be doing the consultation for us on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So I have to stand it to see if I'm going to be registered to do that. I don't know. Like I said, a lot of people, I would just donate and here and there. I don't know if I don't know if they're paid off. So I think social service. I don't know if people are still here. I think I'm not sure who's going to be getting those information. I don't know that how any reports on how it should be done further, or who's going to be on being a consultant with FEMA and federal agents regarding the consultation on the burial assistance. It is tonight. Just keep all this.
Addition, thank you for that. Back to Ms. Nesbitt Gishi.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Begay, for that clarification. And so, yes, there is a FEMA COVID-19 tribal listening session on Thursday, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. our time. I did register for that listening session. That is the report that I am preparing for President Nez. As a tribal consultation, he would be taking the lead as far as providing testimonial remarks. On March 15 is the tribal consultation remarks, And so that is the report that I am preparing, because with Division of Social Services, we have been administering the COVID-19 burial assistance, whether it is through the Navajo Nation or through the Public Law 93-638 funding. And so there is a letter that needs to be submitted to the director in FEMA as far as who will be the oversight. I did submit a draft letter to Ms. Latanya Johnson yesterday, asking what the formality is, so that I'd like to have President Nez acknowledge that the Division of Social Services will be the point of contact. We do have two different guidelines currently for Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance criteria and the process. Then we also have the Public Law 93-638 COVID-19 burial assistance and process as well. And so that is where I am making that request. And in regards to the reimbursement, I did see that in the documentation that had been sent out. So we would be looking as far as the how that process would be to reimburse. So just an example, when we received the application from any of the mortuaries, it does have a listing of the entire burial package that was utilized by families. And so it may show on there the donations made, like they may say credit card or cash, and then it'll have the 3,500 that we have processed on behalf of the decedent to reduce the financial burden on the family. And so we do have those documentations currently with whatever outstanding bill is. So Honorable Elmer Begay, once we gather more information from the listening session on Thursdays, then I can provide more information as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that response.
Sure.
Committee members, Delegate Elmer Begay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question again. Here, out of the Muskishi, so here had I think there's two things that I always I think about it. I'm not sure if you could be including that into part of the consultation from your report to President. One is here in Yukon, the closest mortuary is in Winslow. The other one is Holbrook. So the cost of that is a lot, because right now, as you know, Holbrook doesn't really accept people from the reservation to be buried within the city cemetery. And if you go to Winslow, it's like that too. If you're on the reservation, you want to their price on it again separately. So the 3,500, I would say that's not enough. So I think to talk to FEMA or any people that are recording the assistance for the cost of the burial, I think we need to increase that. They go over by 7,000 to 9,000, but I know that people bury their loved ones. I want somebody to advocate on behalf of that. And then with the border towns, though, how they're being treated by people that are living on the reservation. And the second one is if there can be some of these people that are on the reservation, if their loved ones, off the reservation, they want if they want to get assisted from with this Navajo Nation COVID funding for burial assistance, you have to bring back the body. The mortuary goes over there. They do that. They bring it back, and the cost is a lot too. I think we're rural area. I think somebody needs to say something about living in a rural area. That's what I mean. What kind of report are you guys going to give it to them? Make sure these things are being, from my point is, make sure these are being considered. Make sure these are being heard out there. Because we have a CI, criminal investigator, they have a unit that they can transport bodies. Why can't we put more money into our own CI, and they can transport these bodies instead of just giving to mortuaries to bring these bodies back? In this case, I don't know what kind of report or information, or you can share it, or the president or whoever is going to be the spokesperson for the nation during that time. I just want to share it with you, Shanata. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, committee members? Back to Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, if you have a response.
Certainly. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Begay, for follow-up questions. Yes, we have provided burial assistance to 29 other mortuaries, not just near Navajo Nation, but across the United States. We have assisted any family who was Navajo and whose death was related to COVID-19. I'm looking at some in Texas, South Dakota, Oklahoma, California. And so we would coordinate to get the necessary documentation, such as the W-9 and debarment suspension, so that they could be established an AB number through contract accounting. Now, next, regarding the surrounding areas, Greer's Mortuary, which is near the area of Southwest Navajo Nation. Greer's Mortuary, we did assist 69 individuals in the amount of $236,972. There's also Norval Owens Mortuary. We did assist 34 decedents for $109,947.21, as well as Lozano's Flagstaff Mortuary, 16 decedents of $51,600. So I do hear your advocacy, Honorable Begay, to assist individuals who are in border towns. And as far as increasing the amount, as indicated earlier, when the BIA determined that they would provide COVID-19 638 burial assistance, they had increased the amount to $3,500. The normal burial assistance amount is $2,500, and those standards from BIA is established by the Assistant Secretary. Is not a number that we can determine how much to pay utilizing the 638 funding. So to be consistent is where we had set the same amount to pay up to $3,500. Something interesting that we've noticed with the COVID-19 burial assistance, there was a significant amount of individuals who are choosing the service of cremation. and majority of those did not exceed the 3,500 amount that was allocated to them or where they may have been potentially eligible. Regarding the comments that you may have heard that they have to bring back a body for burial, that's not accurate information. It may have been a family decision. As mentioned, we are assisting our decedents who, wherever they may be residing, we have many of our family members who have passed in Albuquerque, Phoenix, and we do not require them to move back. As I indicated earlier, the agreement between the mortuary and the decedent's family is with them. So we do not come in and assert where they have to be buried or any of those things area. That's not what our intention is. It may have just been some misclarification between the mortuary and the family. And then lastly, regarding the transportation, under the Public Law 93-638 burial assistance, there is an additional area for funding increase, such as transportation. If the individual was a resident for the 638 funding within the past 6 months or had cultural ties, they can request to utilize the Public Law 93-638 burial assistance. So that may have been a situation regarding the 638 funding. So there is an additional request that could be done for under 638 for transportation, but there is a cap as well. And with the 638 funding, they were able to assist the families if the decedent had additional situations that required an additional expense. An example is if the decedent required an oversized casket. And so we were, with the 638 funding, they were able to approve that funding to pay for a larger casket. And so we did work with the families to, again, the intention was to help families to offset the cost because they're grieving. And we didn't want to have all these different policies or where they had to find workers. I'd say 90% of the Division of Social Services, 588 employees worked the entire time since March of 2020. We had determined with the managers that we were essential employees and that we needed to provide services. So we were open. We did not, remain at home. We were coming to work, and some individuals were teleworking. So we were available every day. And so we hear your recommendations, Elmer. Delegate Elmer Begay. So I hear, and so that's an area that we will focus on when we prepare the tribal consultation remarks for President Nez. And again, Department of Justice will do that review, and then it goes to the Office of the President and Vice President, and they have their attorney, Mr. Levon Henry, will do that review, and then finally is prepared for President. So I will just be doing the initial data report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that response. Committee members, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Nesbitt Gishin. I'll call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. How do you vote? Vice Chair Smith?
Okay. I was unmuted. I'll vote green, Chair.
Kashina. For the record, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Knasmakati is excused. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Yeah. For the record, Delegate Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Gay.
I vote green too.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay votes green. We do have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, Ms. Nisbet gives you for your report and all your program managers and their staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving down to item C on the report, we have Navajo Nation Head Start, Dr. Elvira Bitsui. Ms. Bitsui, are you available? Are you on the call right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. With that, you have the floor. Your presentation, and also before you do your presentation, besides yourself, who's also providing a report, therefore we can have it on record.
Okay, Yat Asian and we have Miss Rolanda Billy and Miss Chrissy Snow, who represents the Education Department. And then we also have Miss Renee Marinito, who is a Director of Financial Services. We have Miss Lacey Yazzie, who will provide other program information, Miss Angeline Joe, and Miss Serenity Smith to provide HR, Human Resources, and updates. Thank you.
I guess you go ahead with that. You have the floor, Ms. Bitsui, and also feel free to call upon your presenters as you move along. And then at the end, what we'll do is when you complete your report, let me know, and then we'll accept the report. Then from there, the committee will ask questions.
Hakashishan and Chair Henio, Adot Arnoldso, Shanand no Lingi, Ado and the Dashe Yahiki Ani Nishle, Ado Hashlishni Bashishin, Zitna Jenny Dashe dot Nahabani Dashanale, Akut Astanishle, Ado Akeha, in Haho Ado, Quanalsos in Hitche Delia, a court Sagi a Yahe Bashnet, the Lifiki a Yahe. Navajo Head Start mission, vision, and mission. Bewoche, yahay hol ago des Congo yahay a des tindo hita yahay na nishto chinaba hayangi bansaha case dot nahat ahaki yahay our vision statement. Yahay kayat ehiki na antien beziliki. Sa bahajoni nehiyajen Yahweh no seliki yet edolich with ebaka adon da our mission ben yait inigi zelt ati goseneliki be yekona ahiln de nishto lich not netien nahat ato de nebezato ba atwol ich be not nitien do lich akonasko yet edolich ye ade hotel zengo Yenachek any dolich. A codid yahay na nishikid huije a benelni ha ben yakwa na nish bitch and hill bitch and zado and the dayai na haisin la jo she be behani ado yahay Nihe yahay head Navajo Head Start ben hitojinigi yahay. We've been in existence for over 50 years. Ado Beso Nahanan Dahate Yahe from the Administration of Children and Families from the U.S. Department of Health. We receive over 23 million per year. That's on average. Adon the Kaden is nothing dopa Yahe put Nad Nisha Naha Yahe Dad Nishto put I begin eat Ado and the we have 85 centers, 80 Zebitin Adon the Dakone Law Yahay Ultra Yajibit Nahas the Huisago on the Navajo Nation. Yahay on page 3, we provided a map. So Yahay District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5, and District 6 with Yahay Bewacho.
Ado and the overall, we have an oversight of the program. Ado and the financial services is part of our program operations. Ado Konagi Ursi, AA eligibility, recruitment, selection, and attendance. Ikut al be ayahe dad nishiki nan nishpasala. Ako AA mado jahan ako yitin dad nishto and the teachers bada altrait and dingi do akan dad woki. Ado chidil soy deshpaski do but I yitin dad nish ahan ako. Ado dahuis ago chapters with nahas ango. That later and the communities that we serve. We also have a Department of Facility and Transportation, and as well as a parent involvement component where we try to reach out to parents constantly and the communities as well. The Head Start abijin na wait na bethodjish do but based on his na hakatha konde jahut and padaini nido ayat egon de listo litanitsin goben nache yahe the appreciative inquiry be wajila belaganik etche khait yahe has on nihil has on the organizational structure Adoyat eheki height yahe ba with the needs so yahe nasit nifo. Akwat yahe ndale nish. Under this appreciative inquiry approach, it's a transformational change for the betterment of the program. Akwa eto ba huilnet do not sospaka de yagi. Akwat an kitchen delia. Adon that our goals. Along with the vision and mission statement, we also have identified goals. Goals. We had to identify that in our grant application. Navajo Head Start will provide opportunities inclusive of necessary health services, comprehensive quality services, provide a learning environment that is healthy, safe, pleasant, comfortable, age appropriate, culturally sensitive and responsive to the individual needs of children at the community levels. Comprehensive services, the Quishi as Bense Kesto, Benet, Bejay, Bets Istraha, that egg, and the physical attributes of the child, Ado Bense Case, the cognitive domain, Adon the Niniki, the affective domain, the emotional health and well-being of that child, and the relationship with the parents and those around the child. Adon the health needs of those children, the need to eat. Brushing their teeth, drinking water, the nutritional foods that they eat. Goals. Strengthen the financial management system for efficient program operation. Based on in the provide teaching and learning of the Navajo language to all early Head Start, and home-based programs to enroll children 0 through 5 years of age. In the we also serve pregnant mothers, and we are also implementing a fatherhood initiative. From birth through 5 years of age. So I have that right there that I like to present. I also have on page 4, the COVID-19 nas it's ata but no akut hinti il to ade wishtain khodje de kwiko shin jahot and الشنة بالديل نشتو بنا نشتو ما دو جا أدو أكد EI program departments and also on a national level. أكد أبديني ليدو هنزج هولجش. Educational resources for families, early childhood education websites, home learning activities, parent webinars, homework packets, hygiene packets were provided through NHS distribution points on Fridays. Add-on to the promotion of social, emotional, and family engagement activities for families. The quad a da huistana go e bahadishna add-on to the Department Director of Educational Services do yitlandad nishiki aja kwat e yahe don yitlandad dolne. We also did weekly wellness checks for students and families by educational services staff. Add-on to the based up in Siki hatch tablets, they would jo Ado order daily ado in the dandahe quad in the AI batchadi nahid chinabetado neto and the model jab the nishiki for distance learning accessibility de snila equat ayahe hashin saba yese financial services do director of financial services yanash nish quality improvement funds be wojo ade beso handehiki edo hashin sago Yego yendash nishtopendash nish aro yahe we were able to secure an additional staff to center for that particular additional staff to work as a food service worker and preparing and providing nutritious meals for our children. Aron the cost of living adjustment, we were able to do salary adjustments and fill out the financial Navajo Nation budget forms and get that through the system. Navajo Head Start employees, were granted that COLA adjustments. We continue our work with the Office of Head Start from the federal office in Washington, D.C. We also have had a great opportunity to get an additional funding award of $8,000 from the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department to implement Diné curriculum enhancements to strengthen our Diné language and cultural learning. And that's an additional amount to what we were initially granted for a baseline award of $45,450. to specifically address language and cultural learning. We have a strong component in program development for mental health and disabilities. Honorable Elmer McGay, he had his concerns about how the reach out to these families and children is happening and are not happening. So with our holistic mental health approach, working with the Doty Department, Growing in Beauty, we've had extensions of a plan to do home visitations, early interventions, and also to meet the 10% enrollment criteria for children with disabilities. We're working constantly and diligently on developing MOUs with the local education agencies in the area, the lead education agencies. So again, we're working collaboratively with other programs like the Arizona First Things First program, the Navajo Project iLaunch program. And we're just so thankful to Navajo Nation Office of Special Education Rehabilitation Services. They've been working very closely with us and supportive. We also have developed a partnership with Navajo Technical University to increase the number of Navajo Head Start staff with early childhood degrees. So our first group of cohorts are being developed right now. And those teachers, those paraprofessionals, bus drivers and staff will be able to earn a Bachelor of Science degree in early childhood education or a master's degree in the particular field that we work with. So that's what we have. We have followed closely the executive order directives, the shelter in place, stay at home it's safer to stay at home executive orders. And we also have developed a roadmap for teachers, understanding all the CDC regulations and policies. We also have a roadmap for teachers that we have, and to slowly reopen our centers when the restrictions are lifted. And throughout the Navajo Head Start centers, our facility workers have worked very hard throughout this whole time. They've installed and constructed COVID-19 screening rooms. They've also made some isolation rooms in Navajo Head Start classrooms, so that when that time comes, we can properly and safely bring children back to the classrooms and have screenings. Here at central office, we do have a screening room. We have to take our temperatures. We have to do attestation forms to say that we're healthy and good to come into work. So we have followed the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 reopening plans, and on page 5. And we also have a health and nutrition person, Miss Angeline Joe, who will provide further information. I'm at page 6 of our chronology, and I'd like to give the floor, Chair Henio Ashode, to Ms. Lacey Yazzie, so she can briefly review the chronology that we provided to you, so that you can have a better understanding and we can communicate what has happened over a time span of 2004 to 2021. So if I may, Chair Henio, I'd like to defer to Ms. Lacey Yazzie.
Chair, may I speak? Yes, hello. Yate Shea Lacey Tillman Yanishia, Nanisht Ejitka Cheatney Nishle, Titnajani Bashichin, Tkatnazani Dashiche, Kia Ani Dashanelle, Aquit Stananishle, Navajo Head Start, Banashnish. I am the Senior Programs and Projects Specialist. Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Council delegates and anybody who's listening. Thank you again for this opportunity. Our chronology for Navajo Head Start begins in 2004, and that's when the Office of Head Start sent the periodical warning that the program was out of compliance. That was in 2004. So the program worked really hard to get it back into compliance. So by 2006, it was able to continue with operations under the interim director of Dr. Francis Vicente. And so through that process, of course, Navajo Head Start works to continue to rebuild the program and submitting budgets throughout the whole 2006 to ensure that funds are continuing to be awarded. And by the end of 2006, the Head Start Bureau conducts an on-site review and authorizes the reopening of 81 Head Start centers. So that's in 2006. So we're quite a ways from then, but this chronology again does give you an idea of where Navajo Head Start has been and where we are right now. So when we go into 2007, Navajo Head Start goes into their corrective action work sessions. So this is again is a year of rebuilding. And in that year, Navajo Head Start receives an award of $17,912,372 to support the programming for the remainder of 2007. So this again is another example of how the program is, in a sense, not fully awarded at times throughout the year, which does create some issues, but at the same time, again, highlights that issues that, again, you'll see in this chronology are not new to the program and have been historically part of the financial, situation for the Head Start program. And so from 2017 to 2011, again, was the years when Head Start was rebuilding, working toward getting more into compliance. So when we go into 2011, we see that the nation is designated as chronically under-enrolled. So that's in 2011, and the base grant at that time was $28,375,779 with a funded enrollment of 4,013. And so going into 2012, we see that Navajo Nation enters into tribal consultation and continues to work and rebuild through government to federal relationships. And through that rebuild in 2013, we got the Memorandum of Agreement through the Office of Head Start, and that's when the Board of Education became the governing body for Navajo Head Start. I don't know if some of you know that we have our Policy Council, and we also have our Board of Education, and our Oversight Committee is the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. And in 2014, as you'll see in page 8, the program continues to communicate with Mr. Robert Bilas, and in the end of that year, in November, is when then President Ben Shelley requested a new funding application be due, and that the funded enrollment was 2,105. So at that time, the enrollment did go down from what we saw from 4,000 down to 2,000, and that's in a course of a matter of years. And I don't want to take too much time going through this, but just some key points just to show that there has been fluctuations within the the funding of the program and the enrollment. But over time, Navajo Head Start has continued to maintain a high funding level, has continued to remain a super grantee within the Federal Office of Head Start, and has continued to work with other programs and ensure that the finances and that the operations continue despite these fluctuations in communications with the Office of Head Start, or even just releasing of notice of awards, as you'll see in these dates from 2016 all the way up until now. So we're coming back to today. So presently, we just received our notice of award last week, and we are continuing to move forward and ensure operations within the program. So I don't know if you want to have any questions, but I defer back to Dr. Bitsui.
Lacey, thank you for that, Chair. Enio, we are on the next section for a report, which is page 19, under Education and ERC Services. I'm going to go ahead and defer to Rolanda Billy. She may introduce herself and have her staff report on this section. We do have a chart there at the bottom of the page with District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, and District 5. And these are centers that have been identified for those particular areas. Thank you, Ms. Rolanda Billy. You may introduce yourself. Thank you.
Chair Hinio and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. My name is Rolanda Billy Yinchia. It's not Jinin Shlo na Hobani Bashichin. Just Lahni Dashiche Nanisht Eja Edashinella Ado Toba Huskan Holiede Eya na Shado Kesh Ado Quad Saga Hodzanigi Eya Shinanish not Alchin Yaje in the Chiton Lesh La Beda Haji Hit Al Eya Betlanish Amado Eja Abol Tran Anala Eche Amasanada. Da eya kulla da insa da unda la eya ikhinna bas ilkane luwa bada altra to kushi eya bigda hadini on da hadini la eya ku amado jay yildal nish aquije ado enda kun bakandal or a paraprofessional yilne ado enda chidel twan del basi bus driver jahat a kwan ke khol de la a bus drivers in linige a laton ki kanal wo a laganic ethical a distance learning yilne anle bagande o away adon da baltrage e kun beşke nahalne e da kun beşin sikesi yece da kun e hashin so e nein aje bik is do anda belanish adon da koje amado aja akhet abaka do wal do anda kodo lato ba wait in linigi yalt kit do le do lato ku policies that lato Jahanat zit o leilto ben se case belt any kun nidget belanish do leil nigi family engagement do family services ajel do bik is adon da kun chinyaj da altragi het nahat la don da het bahada delne ajel do bik is ursi ilne Laganik etchigo aje hashil social anishish do the kushi managers and law aje Dashnish Ado and Dakun districts it's anaja or kun school readiness coaches ihne a large aje bada anish district Shabrak district Ado the Crown Point Ado the Kwaata Hotanigi Ado dan lage in leje Ado dan late honanistisje a shlak was anat nilo aje a large nazin le school readiness coach a kun Oltra yaje dahna has ango ek days ado and dakun hashil so chinyaj yedahat atliki goals and objectives iklinigi ado da lesson plan dal ha await nad not ki do and dakun but shane do nitigi altkoje aje benanish de ko ado and dakun school readiness and language immersion manager ikne ekun Miss Chrissy Snow aje altko school readiness coaches and linigi kidays Okohat in Kilholjish Koje Education Services Iknija. Ada 1,350 but at in Ilkinadzo Ayakun Officer Head Start at Chinyaje service funded enrollment Ikne. A could inha Janeda every year 1313 a Head Start, a 3 to 5 beta Heje. A good out of 37 a early Head Start a away don they infant and toddler program. Okay, out of the 1313, we do have 80 centers, 80 Head Start centers operating within the 5 districts. Out of 5 early Head Start centers, and early Head Start is operating in Shabrak, here in Windrock, and also a program up in the Chinle district at Saline Dana College. But the early Head Start program Chinle. Ado in the kwab and they nishigi curriculum linigi kun on he hashing son his don't hear on it away bin an it hindo late but jana ilzindo late no kun the quiz conduct she be out z don the not so linigi be had the late great Albert Hale hashing so kun not so linigi kitchen we la Navajo Head Start program Eben natje couldn't get hold just and the benigni don da you need even natje yan he did language immersion program isne kun hashil so not so linigi hard dot nilto and da yat hondo stop behind the hot so sad linigi hit chin and hindo like no could bit definition on Navajo Nation 30,000 immersion funds engaged aku the nache on Nishiki Ado Daku Hashil so New Mexico Public Education Department Indian Affairs Sato the Holjishiki based on Linigin Kichitin kun Dr. Bitsu Nido Yahodnet 45,450 Sahin Kichit Ado the second allocation that came in was for $8,026. So we have $53,476 coming in from New Mexico PED, and that's also to support the Dene language and immersion program by hiring the consultants to come on board and help us redesign the Navajo curriculum, the Head Start curriculum. So a 1995 ada kwishtan hojishige a 2004 de a hashin so nak as do and da sabina hasto ada quitting kilhojisho a it's more than 10 years old, so we want to go back in and make those revisions as we're going along. So those are some of the things that we're doing in education services, and how the enrollment is situated in the 5 districts. And then also looking over mental health programs. And that was one of our greatest needs in Head Start, was to early childhood, early mental health. You on that, especially for children as young as 3, 4, and 5. So we're very thankful to the OSERS program for extending their invitation through Navajo Project I Launch for us to secure services for a consultant through that program. So we're starting to refer our students to that program, and they're starting to get services related to social and emotional development for children. Auto and our family engagement component, there was every year, it's called a family outcomes assessment. Report. The first one that a lot of our families are interested is preparing their students for elementary education, being kindergarten ready. That's what a lot of their interests are. And then knowing and the skills to teach their child about child development. Although the communication with their child's teacher is their interest. Also volunteering in the program at some point in time, post-pandemic, when everything is safe to do so. So because of that family needs assessment that we do, then our family engagement team reach out to resources here on the Navajo Nation to do parent trainings, quarterly parent trainings for local resources. And then we also do referrals to assist families in their application processes and through the various programs and divisions here on the nation. And then we also do what's called a parent family literacy night every month. It's usually the fourth Thursday of every month, and that's handled right now through Zoom. And it gives us a chance to work with our parents to teach them how to properly teach mathematics skills, what type of skills to look out for, and how to promote literacy development for their child. So those take place, like I said, on a monthly basis for our families. A lot of training. Pre-COVID, we used to do a lot of these training in person at the local level, at the center levels. But because of the restrictions and so forth, we transitioned a lot of these services online, and we're able to communicate with our families through the various online bridges such as Zoom, Teams, or Google Meets, where we're able to arrange meetings with our families. So that's a little bit about education services and what we're doing. And you're probably wondering, what do you mean by distance learning? What we do is we do home learning packets for the children. And these home learning packets consist of task cards, activities, and materials that families pick up every Friday. And it's a scope and lesson for 5 days. And it really promotes the family to utilize the home environment to teach concepts, to teach mathematical concepts, literacy concepts, scientific concepts. As we're all, taught, learning begins in the home. The family, the parents are the first teachers to the children. And that's the concept that the distance learning, home learning packet really focuses on. How can we utilize the scope of our kitchen to teach a math concept, our room, our house, how can we use the livestock we have, just the structure of our overall environment to teach the child. Since they're not physically in the classrooms, our teachers make it creatively to teach them these concepts, utilizing what the child has around them at home. So that's what we mean by creating home learning packets for our families. And a lot of the language goes into this too, a lot of vocabulary words in both languages, English and Navajo, a lot of the modeling of the language, and a lot of the songs, the nursery song rhymes, the nursery songs, and so forth, going back in English and Navajo. So that's a little bit of our home learning packets. Going forward, transitioning to the Hatch tablets will depend again upon the surveys we did with our families. Each of the families completed a survey and based on their preference, do they want to do a home learning packet paper version, or would they like an electronic device such as a tablet? So based on the preference of the family is how we're going to be approaching the next phase of our operations going forward. So right now we're just distanced via first phase of operations. We don't plan to go to hybrid anytime soon until the health orders and until community allows us and deems us safe to do so is when we'll transition to hybrid. So for the remainder of this year, we're going to be providing educational services through a distance learning platform. So that's what I have. I do have Miss Chrissy Snow on the line, who is representation from each of the 5 districts, and she may also add. Miss Snow?
Oh, yeah, Chairperson, if I may speak. Ako dito education linigi bisnashnish she Chrissy Snow da she janido do sus atnishlo hal soy bashnish chin twitch ini da she che na jini da shanala do School Readiness Language Immersion Manager Aya Ajananish Liniki Aya Shalak Salado Dit Aya Anahado School Readiness Coach Dan Liniki Lee Districts Hatni Bahana Egi A Kitadis Edo Aja Aya Bisnash Nishako Aya Olha Yajadan Liniki do Amado Jado Chinyaj Liniki Awayaj Njuna Ayadit Aya Nihina Antindo Nika or Liniki Aya lesson plan that Eniki Aya Hot Aya beat us so Hot Aya Nihina Nishadani Zendo professional development on Linigita AD Hot Aya Naha Ultra do or Ultra Ikana Luido Chidisu. Yajin de Spasiki Hot Aya Besjane Delna. Our primary focus is to really get our children kindergarten ready, and with our school readiness goals, a lesson plan beat us so that a way a person did nisto a wanda ha ishi anas lahaki hot aya. Do you have those as yashido do sinner de old habesna has adan the aya ho wanjin linigi ajan na antin holodo ayisi ko amado ja do anal he and egi hot aya besin delish akot aya distance learning hatnigi hot COVID-19, but what they do roadmap for teachers hadil yado 8 has you open on the store halit ala kwaina the kit halon a resource. It's a resource guide for the teachers to follow through if they have any questions. The classroom linigito or sanitizing the classroom and following the safety procedures and guidelines onto developing a class schedule through distance learning, and then doing the lesson plans. About today's case of roadmap for teachers hadil yado kadeya dit bishin de nishto or teachers and linigi distance learning yana kaido sa a besh behan and linigi hot amadoja amasana achedan linigi hot lesson plans is we do have 9 pilot projects who are doing the distance learning with our laptops Microsoft 365 programs on linigi e aja yitam tato bin nacha oho ado anan sa bit internet and linigi da hotat enigi baby chen da has in the adige nas hos and linigi e bit hadil yago e ya hot ya bit stein nilsen a core dit ani henan shitein nilsen di shida kohol jeshoti COVID-19 linigi. And again, just re-emphasizing the Navajo culture in our lesson plans, and then focusing on getting our children kindergarten readiness. That's our primary focuses within the school year. Dr. Bixby?
Chair Hinio, I'm sorry, this is Lacey Tillman. We're on another call with President's office right now, so if it's okay, I would like to go ahead and call on Miss Angeline Joe to deliver the ACSHAR portion of our NHS report. Thank you, sir.
Delegate Yellow is back on the line for the record.
Budget and Finance Committee members, it looks like Chair Henio's phone dropped, so you might want to get a vice chair.
Vice Chair, are you on the line? This is Delegate Brigade. Yellow hair and child, are you on the line?
Shadar, I'm here. What's going on?
Okay. I think Henio, her phone dropped you like that. So I think you can take over.
I guess we should issue. Ramona, can we have a roll call? Sue's all on board.
Yellow has back on the line for the record.
Sure. Sure, Vice Chairman, I can do the roll call.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, March 2nd, 2021. Jamie Henio.
I'm present.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Henyo. Raymond Smith Jr.
I'm present.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm present.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay.
Oh, Chair Honasha.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Amber Kenneth Crotty is excused. Nathaniel Brown.
This is Delegate Crotty. I'm back. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Amber Crotty is answering roll call. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members present, 1 not answering upon roll call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Henio is back, so Chair Henio, you got the floor, or the gavel.
Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for taking over. I lost signal here for a little bit here. But can you kind of, have we accepted the report with the motion second?
Henio, I think there was a question from Head Start regarding the report that they're going to be doing, and they wanted to know that they can report it later. So I'm not sure if they're still on the line. That's what the question was.
Okay, Vice Chair, could you handle that, because I'm not aware of what that question was, so if you can handle that for me right now.
Thank you, Chair Henio. They were doing the report, and they were also on with the president. That's why I called for a roll call, so he was all on board. But the question was if they could continue with their presentation. So it's up to the committee members. Do you want to give extra time, or do you want to call for the motion and second, and go to questions? Leave it up to the committee members. Committee members.
Okay.
I think we can go. I think we can go with question or motion to accept the report.
Hagoshishita, I don't hear any opposition. Continue. We can go ahead and go for the motion and second, and go for questions.
Okay, thank you. With that, thank you, Vice Chair, for bringing me up to speed, and I'll call for a motion to accept the report. I believe I heard Delegate Jimmy Harrison to accept the report. Is there a second?
Elmer Pivigay, second.
Delegate Elmer Pivigay seconds that. So there's a motion by Delegate Yellowhair and second by Delegate Elmer Pivigay to accept the report. With this, committee members, are there any questions, comments regarding the report from the Head Start?
There is
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
The peacemaking building.
Delegate Amber Tanezwa Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know, with the Head Start report, thank you for the report. I reviewed the written report. I missed the oral report, but there's always been a challenge when Head Start shares buildings. How is that going to be addressed? I know for Red Valley, that's been an issue, and we want to restore services out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. Any other questions or comments, committee members? I thought I heard Chief Delegate Odoso. Are you still on the line with us?
Yes, just wanted to make sure that as you're doing roll call, I thought something happened there, and but I just wanted to let you know I'm still on the line. Thank you.
Thank you for that. For the record, Delegate Odoso is on the line. I believe we have Delegate Pernell Holona. That's also on the line. I received the text from him. And committee members, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, further questions or comments regarding the report from Head Start? We have one question from the committee. Ms. Bitsoy, if you would respond.
Chair? Sir, Lacey Tillman, Dr. Bitsui is on her call with the Office of the President. So to address Honorable Delegate Crotty's question, yes, there are challenges, but there are opportunities when we share buildings. Of course, our challenges are the shared meters, account numbers that are in the chapter's name, and with utilities serving different programs, including Head Start, getting new buildings, who owns the buildings, getting funds for them, and also funded enrollment, ensuring that funded enrollment is met within the communities. And so going forward, we're really looking to collaborate more to really strengthen those partnerships and get those IPAs signed, to get those agreements signed and get them executed so we can build on those community relationships that we have with the chapters. And I'm glad you did mention Red Lake, because we did meet with Red Lake chapter about a week or two ago, and it was a great meeting, because although we don't serve Red Lake chapter directly, we do have centers in the surrounding communities. So the official from Red Lake was really passionate and insistent to help us to build more enrollment within the community, even if we couldn't serve that Red Lake community. So we're looking forward to it, and that's what we're planning going forward, is strengthening that collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. But I think the reference to it was Red Valley. Do you have any information on Red Valley? That was the reference as part of the question.
Yes, Chair. For Red Valley, specifically for Red Valley, I don't have that right now, but I will get that to you. But for all our facilities, we are working with the chapters to get needed repairs done for all the facilities, to ensure that children and staff, their returns are safe and it's healthy for staff and for the community members. So as far as Red Valley is concerned, we are working with chapters again to get the IPA signed. So that is another great comment, because we do need those IPA signed by our chapters. It's really important. And so we thank you again, and hope you can share that with your chapters as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. Back to the committee, I believe I heard Delegate Elmer P. DeGay.
Oh, thank you for that. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. I don't that members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I have a question on to Head Start. I know that recently there was a visitation, or there's some report made from Head Start regarding the usage or sharing some costs on the operation for Head Start and chapter, and then there was a agreement regarding the cost sharing of the operation. Either the Dalcon chapter received a call, but as far as you know, that we're going through this pandemic, and the chapters doing their best. All the chapters that I know, it should be very obvious that chapters are doing their best to keep the operation going. They never did close. Dalcon chapters and some other chapters that I know, they never did close. They're still helping communities. So the funds that they have, they've been using it. They overspent that, and they still need funding. Right now, I saw the agreement that you provided. Through this, you wanted to know if you want to continue the Head Start at these sites where chapters are located. You wanted to have them take care of most of their utilities. So the agreement is, and the chapters don't have any money, first of all, because of this pandemic. Right now, you're going through that, and you guys want that report as soon as possible. So the O&M costs, then the chapter don't have any funds for that. I can speak for them. I don't the program gets $22 million every year. I don't know how much goes to personnel. I don't know how much goes to the operation. And compared to that, how many kids? I'm not just talking about that enrollment. I want to know how much kids actually graduate or promote from that preschool. And I don't know how they're being evaluated, if they're ready for the next level of the grades. About this case lately, since and then as far as I know, that in my area, for example, Dalcon was for so many years now, and they're saying that to fix that or to operate that, it has to be run by the chapter. White Cone is not in condition anymore now because there's no lack of kids. And then Tisto is low, so that then but you know that majority of the kids Head Start here, they go to Indian Wells Elementary School, that public school. So they've been adding classrooms to their schools. So they're already getting kids start at a young age to go to school there. So Head Start here, because the Navajo Nation Head Start there, we haven't even started yet. We haven't do recruitment yet. When the Dalcon Community School are getting all the kids too. I'm not sure who's really working with the Navajo Nation Head Start. So 5 chapter that I represent, there's no Head Start in it anymore. I don't know who's out here recruiting and helping the chapter or the community to have some kids go to school. But then I thought the plan was already. So what's the use? Unless if there's another person coming back in and make a difference. To make a difference is to start enrolling kids at the early age into this school. So that's the one concern I have. I haven't seen any plan how you guys going to do that. How you guys going to enroll these to improve the enrollment again. Are they about the no, but the plans is we're going through this pandemic. What's the plan? After this pandemic, what's the plan to improve the enrollment? Like these buildings on us, and I know that you can point at the chapters saying that it's up to the parents' decision, but parents need help right now. You need to somehow encourage these parents to take their kids locally Head Start. So it's one's concern. So I want to see the plan and I want to hear about that. Other than that, I'm not sure today with this budget that you have, how many vacancy do you have? If there's a vacancy, we wanted to know somehow if we could get to the southwest part of the reservation to help us to improve the enrollment.
For that. Questions, Nanda? Any further questions or comments, committee members?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shananta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. What I would like to ask Head Start with the response regarding the inner, I don't know if it's an IGA or IPA. I think there needs to be some timelines and accountability since this is a critical component in providing service to the community members and acknowledging that these buildings for the most part are not owned by the program. So I need to know that answer in terms of what percentage have been signed and there's agreements in place, because this impacts the chapter's budget and it helps decision makers understand what are the needs in our community, and then what is the plan to get at 100%, because I think that that's a component in providing service, and as you transition into your new, I guess this is your new fiscal year in March. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Back to Navajo Nation Head Start for response.
Okay, Chair Henyo, this is Rolanda Billy in response to the questions posed by Honorable Begay, Honorable Karate. For the enrollment and the question that was asked, how many children have been promoted from the program since I've been here, which is counting 3 years back. May 2018, there was 1,484 students that were successfully transitioned from Head Start to kindergarten. May 2019, there was 1,402 children transitioned that program year. May of 2020, there was 1,401 students that were transitioned from Head Start over to kindergarten. And this is a cumulative amount from all of the 85 Head Start centers that we have across the Navajo Nation. Now, in response to how we designate enrollment and how it is a community comes to have a Head Start program or a Head Start program return to their community, there's 3 criteria that factor into this. One is the enrollment, which consists of a complete chapter profile. And this is what we need to justify the need in the community. A chapter profile, a community assessment, which Head Start will do for that community. And then also the current recruitment and wait list, which our office collaborates with the chapter in establishing that list. So that's the first criteria to establish or in hopes of reestablishing a center within the community. The second part to that is the facility phase. Does the community have a facility that meets model tribal health and safety codes? And then, of course, the inspection by Office of Environmental Health. And that inspection will determine the building capacity. And based on that phase, the facility phase, if there's a legitimate facility, it's good to go, it's inspected, it meets all safety standards. Then based on the building capacity is how a funded enrollment gets assigned to that community. Then the third phase of reestablishing a site would be the staffing. Have we gone through and seek the documentation in the enrollment phase? We secured the documents. We went into the facility, we identified a location, it passes all codes, it meets codes. Then we finally get into the third phase, which is staffing, which is doing a complete position classification questionnaire for all 3 positions for that particular center, which is a teacher, a Head Start paraprofessional, and a bus driver. And it also entails creating position numbers and a budget revision as we're changing the scope of the grant, which also goes back into having to do an amendment to the grant application itself. So it's a lengthy process, and that's not to say it can't be done. It can be done. It just needs to go through these 3 phases in determining funded enrollment and helping communities out there who wish to have Head Start one day reestablish services in their community going forward. It's always a possibility, and it's a joint effort between the community and our program as well. As we meet in the middle there per se, as we would need the documents from both parties to proceed to justify the need to do the amendment for the grant application. So that's how I respond to the questions involving the enrollment and what are the plans going forward post-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, yeah, sure, our staff were out there. They were being mobile, setting up recruitment fairs and so forth. But because of the restrictions here, we had to kind of redesign our way and our approach and how we work with families. One of them was establishing an online application for our families so they can complete an online application and send it to us, which requires no travel. On behalf of the family, it might be a little travel to a designated Wi-Fi spot to get services to submit the application. We also are still continuing to accept postal applications coming through postal services. And we also are doing utilizing a lot of our social media platforms to get out there and to get our recruitment efforts out there and the need out there. All of this ties back into the IPA, which I will defer to Ms. Lacey Tillman as she works with Mr. John Hill on this specific project in establishing IPAs, what is involved in that, and what goes with that. So Ms. Tillman.
Thank you, Mrs. Billy. And again, my name is Lacey Tillman, and in response to Honorable Delegate Crotty's question about the buildings, currently, rough estimate right now would be less than 10% of all our IPAs. Their IPAs, intra-governmental partnership agreements, have been signed. Right now, we have communicated with all the chapters. Just like Mrs. Billy mentioned, we have received the services of Mr. Jonathan Hale to provide presentations in both Navajo and English to all chapters, pre-pandemic, right before the pandemic hit. He did make contact with the chapters, and I know that was something the chapters all wanted, to be able to get the IPAs translated into Navajo, Dinek Echigo, so that they understand it and their community members understand it. So that was part of that plan, to get it to 100%, and also mailing out all the IPAs certified mail to the chapters so that they have them in hand, in addition to the copies that myself and Mr. Hale and other members of the program provided by 2019 going forward. And historically within our program, this has been an issue. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a time within the program when all IPAs have executed. There's always been gaps. And case in point right now, where we are actively working, with chapters, we're communicating with them. Those that are emailing us back or calling us or returning our phone calls, we're working with them, and we're moving forward and getting the signatures and also getting the supporting documents, because this IPA does need to go through the Navajo Nation 164 review process. And there are documents required for that, which is the W-9, debarment suspension, and also the insurance and liability. And those documents, for the most part, we get some of them. They're still, missing documents with all the chapters that have signed. But again, the liability insurance becomes an issue just because of what Delegate Crotty mentioned about the ownership of the buildings and it not being owned by Navajo Head Start, but it's actually owned by the Navajo Nation, the chapters. So they also need assistance, it seems, in figuring out how, what this process is, who owns their buildings, and us coming in as tenants, because we provide early childhood education services to communities across the Navajo Nation. And going forward, the plan to continue to try and get to that 100%, which is what we want. We want to ensure that our buildings, our staff, and our children, that they're safe, and that we have a good working relationship with our chapters. We're not at any point trying to make that partnership negative in any way. We want to move forward. We want to work and get these IPAs signed and get these agreements moved forward within the Navajo Nation process. And those agreements were reviewed by Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and the other chapters have been advised that they can too take the document through their own attorneys. And at least one chapter has. They've gone through their own attorneys, and we worked with them. And through Mr. Hale's help, we've been able to get more IPA signed than in years past. So it's a challenge again, but it's an opportunity to build those partnerships with chapters, to reignite them, to meet the new administration that have come in. That happens too, turnovers in chapters, and continuing to be as much assistance to them as possible, being available to their planning meetings, their chapter meetings, any meetings that they have. After hours, weekends, we do make those flexibilities. And we thank you again for the question, Delegate Crotty.
Additionally, thank you for that response. Back to your Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments regarding Navajo Nation Head Start?
Chairman, this is Otto So.
Delegate Otto So. Che, go ahead.
Yes, just one recommendation that I think would really help with the Head Start and pertaining to the electrical bills with the so-called sharing mechanism and things like that. I think that if the chapter gets these gaming distribution funds, each chapter gets a certain amount of money from the gaming distribution fund. And what I'm getting to is that under the gaming IGRA, I believe it's gaming will cover health. Dollars are used for health, education, community development, and public safety. And since community development holds the purse of the gaming distribution fund, which pays the utility bills for the chapter, I think the IPA should speak to that, and the dollars should be utilized for that, because I believe out of it each chapter gets like $20,000 a year. The host chapters get $75,000 a year. And if that's geared towards the audit, this could well service our children. Head Start, whatever chapter it is, but there's monies that is there. That way, the monies that come down the pipeline from the federal government could be utilized for more towards the educational services. Aron that ani and ana gahato Elmer that's it. Chinbita huye chinne ko ahadit ego enrollment. We really have to get down to the enrollment process and see if we can get more enrollment across the Navajo Nation, because I believe that's how we receive the dollars based off of federal or the federal dollars that come down the pipeline is based off of enrollment. And that's just a recommendation pertaining to the electricity, and there's already monies at the chapter level for that purpose. It's not only for the chapter. Like I said, IGRA indicates that those dollars has to be utilized in 5 areas. And if Head Start is part of education, I think it's part of education. You know, they should be able to utilize our dollars there for that these chapters are utilizing, instead of the chapters are asking for for Head Start to pump in some money for electric bill. If these dollars are gaming, you know, I thought a peso basindilo ay ada pacha baalia, and according to IGRA, those money is qualified for to be expended for educational purpose, and Head Start is that purpose.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions or comments, committee members?
Oh yeah, they Chair Henio.
They'll go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Black Mesa, because there's the issue that we have is there's no job. In the Kayamos, and they moved down to Phoenix. Fishing out. But could create job and the Black Mesa. That's the issue. Anin Hashin can lay things in Tal, only done that Hashin Tal, Shah Chinta Kaka. If there is no job, no economics, this is going to be the problem with Head Start. Well, they wonder what it is. They Head Start. How long do they? It's just my concern. I want to I just make it to the point. Yeah. Anyway, those two, Honorable Smith.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Shananta. Of that, I'll defer back to Navajo Nation Head Start for a response regarding the comments that were made.
I'll get J2.
Hold on, Head Start. Shananta, they'll get Elmer Begay. Go ahead.
Follow-up question on, I think I wanted to know that how many vacancies do they have? Head Start if they have any vacancy that they have with their budget, and also the plan specifically for the southwest part of the reservation, the Shinigijis. The 3 chapters that I know, there's no Head Start. It's not in operation for the past 2 years. I think I'll just so I think these chapters, they've been asking why there's buildings here, but it's what the question is. And somebody use it later on, or what's the plan done?
Okay, Viga, thank you for that. So, back to Navajo Nation Head Start for response regarding there's a question and a couple comments. So, you have the floor.
Yate Shanandai, Chair Henio and Shanandai Datos Kiriki. Thank you for your questions on facilities and the fact that there's facilities and Head Start centers that are out there and they're not being utilized. I want to, at this point, Chair Henio Ashonde, if we could give some time to a former council delegate, Mr. Jonathan Hale. He's been working with us to address some of these issues with facilities and the IPAs and not Bahuidesh Athenson's case. He served with the 23rd Council, and he also is very well aware of internal systemic processes of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
After you answer the question from Delegate Elmer Begay, then you could go that route.
Okay, Chair Mr. Henio, yeah. The question that I heard Mr. Elmer Begay ask was about the facilities that are out there, and there's a lot of them that the vacant. Hold on, Rolanda, can you come back in, please? Shanantai Nothingi, I apologize, but I was on the line with our Navajo Nation president regarding our Head Start funding allocations and what we're doing to make sure that our budget is ready to go. So I apologize. I was on the line, but I was also listening to my superiors. So Mr. Rolanda Billy has come in to tell me that on page 21, if you could refer to page 21 of the report, Shanai, Mr. Honorable Elmer Begay and Shanantai Nothingi on the vacancies and personnel listing. Okay, so that is what I'll defer to the document we did provide to you, and I also heard Mr. Begay's well-intended and most compassionate concerns. Communities ba and again, just going back to the facilities, we do have facilities out there, but a lot of them were deemed not meeting the health standards of environmental health, as well as an assessment that was done from an external company. Ranging from light switches to flooring. There's asbestos that was noted in some of these buildings. Building abada zolni do yat eho nas anda halende beyond some of them were structures from so many years ago when we didn't really take note, or perhaps environmental conditions weren't really considered in that time of building. So I like to offer those words. Mr. Henio, thank you.
Augustine, thank you for that response. And is there a response to Delegate Odoso's remarks regarding Indian Gaming Regulatory Association or Authority, IGRA?
Shanantai, Mr. Henio, I apologize, but can you restate your question, or my Shayaj Honorable Odoso can also restate his question? If he could, I'd really appreciate it.
We have other reports and legislation we need to move forward on. So Shanantai, Delegate Odoso Che, you could restate your question so they could maybe possibly have a response.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My question was, has Head Start ever explored the possibility of utilizing the gaming distribution fund that's allocated to our chapters as part of their revenues to utilize to pay for electricity? Because we use that funds that come in each year for the gaming distribution fund to pay for the chapter's utility bills. And IGRA has 5 buckets that these funds could be utilized: community development, public safety, health, wellness, education, and economic development. So, idea. There's some money there. Thank you.
Oh, Shayaj, thank you, Honorable. So thank you for that question. It's always nice to hear your voice, and all of you as well. We did go before council to try to get some funding from gaming to cover utilities. We can revisit that definitely. Like I said, we're now working with Mr. Honorable Jonathan Hale to try to streamline those processes. Although we are writing down your recommendations and we can definitely move forward on that sense to drop a legislation to not only the gaming enterprise, but I did say that there were 13 enterprises some time ago that we could possibly tap into for funding to perhaps build new buildings. You're thinking, you're planning, and you know, just the foresight that you have. So I'll offer those words. Yeah.
Gashina, thank you for that response. As far as having one of your staff do, again, your presentation has concluded. We are in the question and answer phase, but I will allow a few minutes be concise on that report that you want your staff to present. Mr. Choi, Doshinanta, Delegate Jonathan Hale, welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
Okay, Mr. Jonathan Hale, are you on the line?
Oh, yeah, I was waiting for your acknowledgement. So, yeah, the Navajo Washington and di kunna atago khishbik estke ado andet khebe anal higin le ya hot to da det khanleni gi to khene thin ado kunna atanegi khai ol khilbahaz to khagi e to le yes tila risk management ibnina the IPA the question hot certified mail which dalia khatnas lenda ban gan go pe holoni git ya Ako kwa not na hat the because anegi local empowerment no but na hon show he di kut kwagi be gat dot to hot on the nijib na be ahazin doli ajibik estkit doli ado konnar nishido chinigi bik estkit doli jo hot hot kadi shigi bahatsi do badahan chhot sojasana stone hatne the hot enegi bits on khala ko ne Sataniya ta ida ta kwagi bebinar nishota belton ya hitha ko ta jota hot enegi to ad hazinda so eshi kwagi IPA gi anni kwagi to nifigi apahat ade is so do le ado eden he gatit aidan lenegi Department of Justice de yilla ajigi author de yilla Head Start edo author de yilla at ebike that this ego dibita dots no what are pages khadadilia adok adot enegate sa nle khatna len to bespeda hazinda di kwa kinsa anegi dot silishbilia hot o ajbik ana elianegi da nkhilba hazinish hot hol jisho de kushina khaiga hot bibik ana aflela you know atik the IPA ba hon neto kwa ki klato hot bik endo les what nido anda das shohe ala anni ko aki obak ana ilya de kuhik ana khayla qadin da ko aki bikiya to khito ko abna bel khada to aligi yin ich nadan le to ako oin ich nadan lo atik enda ila to so I guess it's in the best interest to take care of it hajo bikiya to khito bikita to thin akut sa bikish jaagi Don't quit ego donakin legal. You have every right to take it back to the Department of Justice to get your answers. That's why they provide technical assistance because they're the ones that made it. That's the same recommendation to the chapters. So hey, you have your attorneys answer that question for them because they're the ones that wrote it. So there's no two ways about it. You know, the nation itself, the government wrote that thing. So to protect and serve the community, the children, the education, because when you're over here with public school, it comes up. These kids that come in here, remedial education, they're not getting it. You know, Navajo Nation, your children are, your education rate is down at the bottom. So it's repetitious. So I think kita na to ito adita kwaki ka na na shko kwa ajo be bikia to kihigit etik ko case in the remember at one point too, this was done in conditions of appropriations. It went across the street and it was vetoed. So I don't know, you know, it's like saying, how many times does this need to be brought up? Because they're not doing it. So who's at fault here? You know, it's just to protect the chapter. It's really them. So it'd be in the best interest to take care of it and then to get it done. I guess the same thing goes for Daltex too. Kwagi bahono sinulishit anat ano slinigi to hot anginan shideno sinigi bininachet hacha in slot to hot icon hitchet in she a job is now snet or job be number 10. What I quite at the hot tons. I don't need not all that only. I hold so the little here quash a horse. I get to yat yeah.
Delegate Jonathan Hale, thank you for that update. I'll go back to the committee. I think I heard Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, are you still on the line? Committee members, any further questions or comments?
Hello? Okay, right now, I can hear you now.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Head Start is very important. Number one, you got to have a student with you in order to have the Head Start going on. And the other answer is the Black Mesa Black Mesa chapter. We don't have enough a student Head Start and snowbani nage economic na with the high Navajo Nation. Most of them they get their job done in Phoenix out of England. So could they need the Craggy article? But yeah, Head Start is important. This might be all over is gonna be like that. Probably maybe Farmington and they wonder at the Bangani that's here could a royal heirs out of Yegon, a Chenabit the Haggis and Lee, Era, never spread a husband, them Head Start administration. Can I hear from them, Chair? Go back on mute now. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Gashina, thank you for that. Back to Head Start. Do you have a response for that?
Shanant, Mr. Yellowhair, Honorable Yellowhair, thank you for your question. Ado, those are the same sentiments we share here at Head Start. Halit Allah kut jonago bazol no kinit Allah akor chiniaj abdo added yuda no shinai Mr. Almer Bike Yahatzi Yasid. You know, the population trend that we look at, there aren't a lot of children in that area. However, we did try to work with other communities to route students there. However, the roads, Black Mesa. But we will certainly try again. However, I know that the program staff also inform you as a council that We do have only certain amount of centers that are identified to be funded to provide services to young children. So from the Federal Office of Head Start, there are regulations that we have to follow, and we can only see that that building has to be fit and that particular community is identified in our funding application. Black Mesa is not identified, and I'm not sure what kind of community assessment that was done when that building was built. So I'll offer that response to you. Yeah.
Chair, Cecilia, I'd like to make a follow-up. Chair.
You have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Behind these area shared and these house ago Chiripati road school pa no na kirinde the more yeta a koti pesa an sa edo ta land at teen behind these share. There's a need for road construction. We need road to be paved so we can bring the quality teacher at Kids 80 Black Mesa School. This is the only chapter out of 110 chapters. This chapter is not paved. Out of the administration, the school just is kindergarten to 8th grade. I asked that or not study Nahan Ashibin Spanish. The road is important. Number one, there's also relate to economic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless each one of you. It's not nice though. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Oh.
Okay, thank you for that. Here. Any further questions or comments? Committee members? Yeah, back to Navajo Nation Head Start, if you have a response.
Honorable Chair Henio and Honorable Council Delegates, I just want to say thank you very much to all of you. The interest you show, Ako kot AI nikita kot nikita nossena kot dan kinol AI kun zache hol jish adon daidol kidigi ishi benache shohin zendo in the dal kate jonago na nishigi bansinada di costo benada hit ado in the da bechana nada ni lido adot I say here do in the dan jone ede kot hanadiste. Thank you.
You. Delegate, okay. Delegate Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, I tried to call back in. I was on mute again. What's the plan? IPA donan. Good. All you alone, and the counter they're going to community. Like they said, community school is not getting that much, but public school, Indian Wells public school, I don't improving. I don't know. Nobody. All the kids already down. They're improving. they added another classroom. The kids enrollment is increasing. How come you don't look at that? You need to study that, or I need a report on it. Just need to do that. If it doesn't respond back, how are we going to do this? IP80 anyway. So, how are we going to do that? That's what they're saying. So that's what I wanted to hear from them. Again, I don't need a response on it. Thank you.
Back to Navajo Nation Head Start. Do you have a response for Delegate Elmer Begay?
Oh, yeah, Nana, Shinandai, no Fingi.
I need the response to that. I'll go ahead.
We can.
This is Delegate Yellowhair. Since it's a new response for Mr. Elmer Begay, Chair, still.
Yes, you have the floor, Shinanda.
Okay, look, be quiet, yeah. I'd like to have all the expenditure report to be submitted to a Paginakai, our advisor, so we can look at the expenditure report and financial report. Yeah, thank you for the floor. I'll quit it. I think all of the vote that is the final turn as a couple of houses.
Thank you, Shinanda Del Yellowhair. I believe we are at the tail end of this report, so if there's no further questions, I'll call for the question to accept the report from Navajo Nation Head Start. Shinanda Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about green? Yeah, thank you.
Shinanda Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Shinanda Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Shinanda Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Going back up, Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Okay, with that, we do have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, accepting the report from Navajo Nation Head Start. Ms. Bitsoy and your staff for providing a good detailed report.
We sent out
that
for 3, but no one's.
I'm just now calling it.
Okay, and Jermaine said okay, we got worried because Jermaine said he was called to another meeting.
Yes, can you, Ms. Bitsoy, can you mute your phone, please?
All right, bye.
Okay, let's move forward to item D on our report, which should be Mr. Shondavan Dale. Mr. Dale, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay, hello, Mr. Dale. Thank you for being patient with us, and you are next on the agenda. And the reason why we asked for your report is because there was an issue that came up regarding insurance lapsing at the end of each fiscal year, where programs go without insurance, vehicles are just parked. And I believe you did give a report, but if you could just share that information with the committee again here, as far as what the issues are and what your recommendations are. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Auto members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Shondavan Dale in Shido Beso Achana Nelj the Neba Washington because Aj Sandanish Ado Kadeya has Tado Anaha Musnanish Insano Ado the Ne Washington. But not yet, that's it will but not this. Kittensh Edo, but Tatensh Tasha or Sato, a Dittensh Eo, Naha, a hot Aishanish in Seno. Ado Quat last week, Eya Qua, Nich Eya, Ashana Doshi, so that on Nero. Ado Abnigela Ashdi Ito Quad. Biniyeta Ajiha Binyeta do Hat Koyan Hisses Stadon Hissens Ado Taho Shaik that Istlad Nesto. The reports that were previous to my report here from Division of Community Development shed a lot of light on some of our issues and exposures. So we'll be delving into some of those items as well, as far as contractual agreements with one of our enterprises. And then the reports from the other programs, social services, and from Head Start. So I do appreciate all the information they've shared. It's very enlightening to know what our programs are doing. As a risk manager, I need to be doing that more often. I'll be the first to admit I don't do it a whole lot, but I hope your presentation has been emailed to you. I did email a PDF version of my 4-page report. It's very brief. It's not too technical. I try to keep it as simple as possible to avoid confusion. There is also a supplemental attachment in the email in regards to chapters. So I was asked to present on 3 items. One is chapter updates. The other is Division of Social Services, as well as the Navajo Head Start program. So I do have those in the report. I don't know if I can share my screen. If I think I can. What I'll do is I'll share my screen here, and I'll go ahead and provide a report here. For those of you that can't see the screen, it's their presentation. So the first item is on there, is the report. The risk management report for the Budget and Finance Committee. This is in regards to chapter updates for fiscal year 2021. It's important to note that this is as of February 22nd. As soon as I emailed this out yesterday evening, this morning I checked my inbox and there's about 25 chapters yelling at me already, saying they submitted payment. Where's my payment? What are you guys doing? But please be mindful, it's as of February 22nd. We are currently March 2nd right now. So there's been about a week time lapse here from the data received from accounts receivable to my desk. So please be mindful that this is as of February 22nd. Chapter premiums, 51 of the 110 chapters have paid their premiums in full. This is the supplemental attachment that I've provided to you guys. Let me see here if I can share that screen. That one is our premium allocation by chapter, by agency. You can see my little cursor here. This is broken down by agency. So there's 51 chapters. First column is Chinle chapter. Chinle chapter, you have 6 chapters that are paid and you have 8 that are outstanding. So the P stands for paid and the O stands for outstanding. So you can look at that there. Eastern Agency, we have 14 chapters that are paid, 16 that are outstanding. Fort Defiance Agency has 16 chapters paid with 12 outstanding. Shiprock Northern Agency has 11 paid and 9 outstanding. Western Agency has only 4 paid with 14 outstanding. So you can see that Fort Defiance Agency and Shiprock Northern Agency are the better of the 2 agencies where most of them have reported their information. Now the 59 chapters that are still outstanding, of the 59, 23 are lacking some additional information. to complete their underwriter exposure summary form, which is what we require chapters to fill out starting in August of the toward the end of the fiscal year. Some of the missing items that may cause a delay that may have chapters in the outstanding status include payroll information. It may also include serial numbers on electronics. It may also include property ID numbers for some of their assets and inventory, replacement values, computer inventory list, or completed inventory list, I'm sorry, and then vehicle information, the VIN, the title, etc. This item number 2 became critical last year. The year before, we deal with a lot of insurance claims, and we try to keep everybody honest, which keeps our rates at a minimum. At a minimum, we've had a couple of programs submit duplicate requests on items that were reported damaged, but come to find out through our claims analyst investigation, those properties were already inoperable. So they tried to claim damage to equipment that was already damaged and get insurance to replace it. So that's why these serial numbers became important on the electronics. Additionally, some chapters will submit ineligible underwriting exposure summaries or attachments. We get a lot of this. They'll submit a UES form from 3 years back and keep Xeroxing the same ones. So if you Xerox or if you make a copy of a copy of a copy, it becomes really sketchy. So we get a lot of that. We also deal with illegible UESs. People don't have the best handwriting. I think we're more technology based, so the computer is easily legible as opposed to a handwritten UES, which makes things difficult. On a side note, it's important, I like to recognize, and I see chapters are on the line, that Mexican Springs chapter was the first chapter to pay their premium for FY 2021. And Mexican Springs, they deserve some acknowledgement, some kudos, and they paid their premiums on 10/16/2020. So if you are representing Mexican Springs, congratulations, those guys are on top of things there. Chapter vehicle insurance. This year was a unique year to say the least, with the continuing resolution that threw a Albuquerque-sized curveball at us. It was, and it still is, very challenging, but chapters for their vehicles are billed for auto liability. This is if we cause damage to somebody's property, such as their building, their horse, their dog, their other vehicle. That's what auto liability pays for. Auto physical damage on this end pays for our replacement vehicles. So if we damage our truck, this coverage, this policy will pay for those repairs if it's repairable. So they're billed that on an annual basis. They pay that once a year. As I mentioned last year, it's less than $300 combined for a year. So most people pay that in 1 month for insurance coverage, but the Navajo Nation, we pay only once per year at about $300 per vehicle. We like to collect these preferably at the beginning of the fiscal year. This avoids what we call a denial of a claim or claim denial for non-premium payment. The underwriting exposure summary is used to determine how many vehicles, your payroll, and the exposures in determining your premium amount on an annual basis. So vehicle rates for this current fiscal year, FY 2021, our auto liability is $139.10 per year. Our auto physical damage, the minimum is $148.42 per vehicle. This will vary because we have different vehicle classes in our auto physical damage coverage. So we'll have our standard vehicle, and then we'll have our 1 ton, we'll have our dump truck, we'll have our semi truck, so on and so forth. So there's about 23 different classes of vehicles. The Navajo Nation currently has, and this is off our listing, 1,584 insured vehicles. So that's our fleet base. Fleet will probably give you a different number. Our number here might be a little bit higher because we're including GSA vehicles for the APD coverage. For GSA vehicles, we don't insure auto liability. That goes FTCA automatically. And we're seeing a lot of programs go that route, but we're seeing a lot of replacement costs for auto physical GSA vehicles. For this year, like I mentioned, was very, very interesting. Because of the continued resolution, not every program or every chapter had enough money to cover their insurance premiums. A decision was made to release temporary insurance cards in anticipation or in hopes that our budget would be passed within October. So we released temporary 30-day insurance cards on 10/1. Everybody picked up their insurance cards. We only requested the underwriting exposure summary if you had it. If not, we still released the vehicle coverage with the caveat that only the liability portion would be covered. If you damage your vehicle, that would be the expense of the program. Later on, after the 30 days came up and we still had no budgets in place for the fiscal year, we released our permanent insurance cards based on an honor system. We took everybody's word that they would pay on time. We took directives or calls from powers that be and my supervisors' directives and what have you there. But we took that and we, just to avoid all of the frustration that I'm always associated with during insurance season, we released the cards on October 31st without submission of UES due to continued resolution and budget constraints. Again, that was based on the honor system, which then leads us to our current situation where chapters are only 51 chapters have received insurance coverage, but everybody has their insurance cards. The same with the tribal programs. We have about 230 listed tribal programs. And some of them are very small, maybe 638 budgeted items and business units, but only about, I'm going to say 60% of our tribal programs are covered and insured to date, which is frightening. But that's for the current chapter status on our vehicle insurance. So everybody has their insurance cards. They don't need to pay premiums for this year. FY21, they still have them. There's a couple of chapters that we've tried to contact, their emails. It's really hard to get a hold of people at the chapter. You can leave phone numbers, you can leave a call, you can send emails, but we have about 13 chapters that still have their insurance cards here, regardless of the UES. So those chapters are still sitting here. And then the other question was posed about the prepayment process for the UES. We discussed this last year, and the process for an underwriter exposure summary, which is the UES, which is how we base our premiums, the chapter will have to complete that August, September. The UES is reviewed and completed for completeness by risk management. They may be returned for corrections at this moment. And then when everything is good, RMP issues an invoice to accounts receivable, who will then send out the invoice from the controller's office. The chapter is invoiced by accounts receivable. The chapter pays the premium and is then insured at that point. The payment process below, the chapter submits the payment to the cashier's office downstairs in building 1. The chapter and cashiers will submit receipt to RMP to verify that payment is posted. RMP typically, this is a typical process, RMP issues the insurance cards to the insured member. So that's how our process works. payments, and this is the prepayment issue. We've talked about this before. However, our accounting system seems to not be able to catch up. Payments made on 10/1 are credited to that fiscal year in which the payment was received. Example, if a payment is made on September 23rd, 2020, the payment will be made to FY 2020, not 2021. So to my understanding is that everything up to September 30th will fall under that fiscal year. Anything after 10/1 rolls over into the new fiscal year, which is a problem in the accounting system. And we've worked with Mr. Woolley on this to where they are able to hold off on making those deposits until after 10/1. So that's the current issue, but we're able to manually work around it. It's easier for tribal programs who have an ICR, an interdepartmental charge requisition, to submit the ICR prior to the fiscal year, and we can hold off on encumbering that until after the fiscal year. If the budget is not signed well into the fiscal year, Mr. Woolley is able to look at the budget and see if they have enough premiums in their insurance line item to go ahead and encumber that as well. So we're able to maneuver around those items. Again, accounting is not set up to receive payments for the upcoming fiscal year. General accounting has been able to hold payments prior to the start of the new fiscal year. So chapters are able to issue their own checks and can pre-print checks prior to 10/1, which is a reason why Mexican Springs chapter was one of the first to get, or was the first to get their payment in. I think they posted or printed their check on September 28th or 29th, and they were able to bring that hand carried in and make the payment on time. So chapters have the ability to pre-print the checks, but wait until 10/1 come in October 1st and make their payment. So they're able to do that. Risk management, we process in excess of 350 UESs on an annual basis from programs and from chapters. So add that with the chapters, that's 460, almost 500 underwriter exposure summaries. And a lot of them have huge amounts of assets, computer equipment, property. It's important to note on the property buildings, the nation pays the premiums at the beginning of the fiscal year. So your chapter house, your Head Start building, your barn, those properties are already covered at 10/1 because of the fixed cost money we get to pay those premiums. The property contents, the stuff inside the chapter, your general liability based on your payroll, your auto insurance, those are all billed separately directly to the chapter. So that's the difference between that process. So chapters, their buildings are automatically covered from the get-go. Do we have questions in regard to chapters? I can take those now. If not, I can move on. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Dale, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that conclude your report?
No, I actually just for the chapter portion. I don't know if there were questions.
Okay, go ahead, complete your report, and then
Okay,
we'll
I
have
can do it.
a motion and second to ask
Okay.
questions.
So for the Division of Social Services, that was also requested. This is their fiscal 2021 premiums. And they presented earlier, and I understand there's only a few programs as opposed to what I have listed here. But keep in mind that what I have listed here is based off the business units from accounts receivable. So that's how they're listed in accounts receivable. And I have about 13 departments under social services. I think there's less than that, but their status currently, CCDF is paid. They paid in 2 increments on 11/2 and 11/10. Family services is outstanding. Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their Families are paid up on 9/28. Methamphetamine suicide prevention is outstanding. Program for Self-Reliance is paid up on 9/24. Central Administration Office for Social Services paid up on 2/5/21. Block grants and special projects, additional vehicles, they're outstanding. Navajo Children and Family Services outstanding. 638 Contract Administration is outstanding. Strengthening Families Program is outstanding. The Navajo Indian Child Welfare Act program is outstanding, but I did see they do have their UES, so that's pending. The Department of Family Services 638 Admin, 638 Welfare, and Title 20 is outstanding, but they also have their documents here, so that's pending. Navajo School Clothing Program is also outstanding. So that's the status of social services. And again, I understand that the new plan of operation has consolidated some of these departments, so do forgive me, but this is off the business unit listing from accounts receivable. Moving on to Navajo Head Start. Currently, the premium status or the insurance status for Navajo Head Start is they are insured as of February 2nd, 2021. Recent claims, that was also a question. This is a 5-year loss run by category. So you see NHS, Navajo Head Start's loss runs from 2016 to 2021. We'll start up here at the 12 o'clock position. You have 13 property claims. You have 10 auto physical, their vehicles or their buses. You have no auto liability claims, and you have 1 general liability claim within that 5-year period. Annual claims experience from January, and this is from January to December, January 1st, December 31st. Their annual claims experience from 2016 has 1 claim in that whole year. In 2017, we have 10 claims. In 2018, right here at the 6 o'clock position, we have 2 claims. 2019, we have 10 claims. 2020, we have 1. 2020, we have none. 2021, we have 1. So that's the current claim status for Navajo Head Start. And if we go down here, and this is a mixture of claims. This could be property, this could be general liability, this could be auto physical. So it's just a mixture of claims. I did not break that down. Current claim status with Navajo Head Start since 2016. Blue indicates open claims. Orange indicates closed claims. 2016, 1 claim, those are all closed. 2017, we have 10 closed claims. 2018, we have 2 closed claims, 0 open. 2019, we have 9 closed claims, 1 remains outstanding. In 2020, there were no claims. In 2021, no closed claims and 1 remains open in that situation. So that's the current status of Navajo Head Start Social Services, as well as the chapters.
Kashin Gadlan for that report, Mr. Dale. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Hello, yeah, that's Chair. This is Delegate Yell here. I'll motion.
Kashin, there's a motion to accept the report. Commissioner Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Kashin, there's a motion and a second to accept the report. Committee members, any questions, comments regarding the report from Mr. Shondavan Dale? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote? Accept the
I'll vote
report?
green. I'll vote green.
Delegate Jamil here votes green. Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith? Shananta, Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati? I believe Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati is excused for the time being here. Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Going back up, Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith? Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Delegate Elmer P. Begay? One last time before we lose the quorum. Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith? Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Delegate Elmer P. Begay, last call. I believe Ramona?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, I believe we lost the quorum. On this roll call vote, only Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair responded with the green vote, and Delegate Nathaniel Brown responded with a green vote. And I, as being chair, there are 3 committee members present. I've called upon Vice Chair Smith several times. There's no response. Called upon Delegate Elmer P. Begay. There is no response. I received a text from Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati requesting to be excused through her text, and that has been granted. Therefore, we do not have a quorum at this time. What's the time right now?
Chairman, the time is 3:45 p.m.
Okay. Please note that at 3:45 p.m., Budget and Finance Committee lost the quorum during the vote accepting the report from Mr. Sean Vendale with Navajo Nation Risk Management. And therefore, the meeting is adjourned. Did you get that, Ramona?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Lost quorum at 3:45 p.m.
Yes. Gashina, thank you for that. Delegate Yellowhair and Delegate Nathaniel Brown for being with us at this long, but we did lose a quorum. So with that, we will have to wait till March, the next regular meeting, to finish out accepting this report and also any legislations that were pending. Gashina, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Celestia. Thank you. This is Delegate Yell here. You answer how to happen? No, they go like this. They make it to the point. It will be good, so we can get things done. That's just my concern today. This is Delegate Yell here. She didn't answer.
Oh, this is Bob. Oh.
Okay. Pretty yes. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I'll see you at TNR.
Okay, we'll have port trouble with her. We're done.
Chair, can you hear me? Chair Henio. Members of the committee.
Should I'm still on Yellow here. I guess everybody's gone already.
Vice Chair Smith made a text to the committee saying he's going to be back in a half hour.
Oh, no. Well, it looks like we're ended the meeting.
I know. I tried to tell him, but I don't know why Byron and those guys are muting staff. I can't even talk.
Uh-huh. Okay. Sorry.
Nobody was hearing me.
Oh, this Peggy. Oh, yeah, this Peggy, sister.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, all this time, all during the meeting, I've been muted. And I keep trying to talk, and I can't talk.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
So,
well, nobody's on.
All right, so I guess Shiaj, Vince, James, we're not going to hear legislations until the 16th of March.
Sorry about that one. He's on the line.
I don't know if he's on the call.
Sorry about that one.